This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
It's the final week of Stage 1, and there's still playoff spots up for grabs. It's safe to say anything can happen. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. Where are we? Who are we? Los Angeles, California. Look at these people enjoying some chicken. I love me some chicken. In any case, so, folks, welcome back. It's good to be here. It's good to be yelling at you people right now. Hopefully you're not tired of us quite yet, because we have 2 more awesome days left in the stage to cover before we get into the playoffs. But let's go ahead and talk about what happened on our stage yesterday, because we were in with the Omega Group. Decided to watch a couple good matches there, see what's going on. But then we finally got some confirmations as far as like who's blocking their tickets for playoffs, and also we're seeing Crew, most importantly, showing the full strength of that team in that match against EG.
Showing the full strength and also securing the first seed. So they're only 1 match away from making it to Masters London, which is insane for this organization. And also, I think that we were not worried at all.
No, we weren't worried at all. No, I didn't. You were worried? Because I wasn't worried. No, that was completely fine. And then moving on to that second game, of course, it was a little bit of back and forth, and then FURIA ended up losing, which, of course, as we all know, 100 Thieves, Dan, the only one that predicted it, of course it would have come true. You know, that's just how it works.
She writes the script. That way. Yeah, Dan actually, famously enough, you guys can look online. Dan Dryad writes the script for VCT Americas.
Now you know.
You heard it here first. Here's the group standings up, and with that win, 100 Thieves lock in their spot. We're still waiting to see who's going to fill out the 3rd and 4th spot for the Alpha Group, and of course the 4th spot for the Omega Group. And it's also important to note too that the matchups that we're going to be checking out, Energy Sentinels, they're going to be facing off in that last match on Sunday.
It's so good.
The stakes, the stakes are as high as they've ever been. Good stakes, rare, medium rare. How do you like your steak?
Medium.
Medium, medium.
Medium rare, yeah.
Okay, because it's good. See, look at that. We got good steaks. Okay, then that's why you want to watch Sunday.
What if I was vegan?
In that case, we can find a vegan steak for you. We can find a veggie steak or something. I'll whip something up for you, Mihai. You okay? Don't gotta worry about that. Now, of course, though, today we're gonna be starting things off with G2 facing off against Cloud9. And while we dive into some skirmish side selection, shall we? This time around, we have the ancient one, Baby Bay, going up against the long-haired one, Zeppa. I'm here. I'm all day. I'm here all day, Chad. Okay.
Who picked the Reyna?
Much to your chagrin.
Oh, Zeppa. Zeppa's winning.
Oh. I mean, way to do that to our colleague.
Why was Baby Bay watching us screen?
Yeah, also, what is he trying to do?
I faced Baby Bay in a 1v1 in Halo, and he watched my screen too, so I can't contribute.
Oh, wow.
He's a screen watcher, you know.
2, 1.
Wait, did they both count?
Yeah, they both counted.
What was that? Brother, what was that from both of us? We were cheeks, brother. Ah!
Yep, that's the normal reaction. That's actually how it sounds when I play Valorant. I'm just squealing all over the place.
Come on now. I didn't even know you could jump on that box, bro.
First time for everything.
So G2 clearly are just seeing what works. Valyn has given up the skirmish diaries.
Oh,
He's no longer the
done.
skirmisher for G2.
I'm pretty sure they've lost every single one, G2, if not almost every.
I think since
every
Chile. I think since, because I remember we were like hyping up Valyn going into Chile. He lost that, and I don't think G2's won the skirmish.
Yeah, the skirmish are looking tough.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, bro.
Yeah, they had to send Baby Bay, and he also had to pick a device, because he's just, whatever's
He took out the op. No.
Damn.
It's getting serious.
When he starts losing, dude, it's 3-1, he took out the op.
Oh, we're looking for each other 5 hours later. Okay, and then...
No, that's crazy. That is crazy.
They're so funny.
That is crazy. All right, I'll bring the rifle back out. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'd just be down to hang out, you know? Like, just be there, be present for it.
Bro.
Nah, Dre, come on, man. Come on.
crazy.
Hold it down for the olds. Unreal.
It's because Seba picked Reina. Oh my goodness.
Okay, enough with the
Another
Reina.
script writing thing.
This lady,
so weird.
Unbelievable. Now, of course, folks, look, G2, right? They dropped their first 2 matches, all right, of the stage, and the reality is they cannot afford to drop a third, and there is a chance. And I want to say it's not a slim chance, it's a good chance actually that they could be eliminated later with a loss, but. If they manage to lock in that win, they will punch their ticket to playoffs. They'll join Leviathan and MIBR. But last week, though, G2 managing to take down Envy in convincing fashion. And I think, you know, Athena, we're seeing a G2 team that, like a lot of these teams, really trying to figure out where they fit in the meta, what they like to play, what they want to incorporate. G2, no different.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of stepped away from their bread and butter a little bit, trying to get onto a new comp, trying to implement a lot of that harbor. But this last game, they stepped back into their comfort, stepped back into what we've known to see from G2. A lot of these really good comps that are very solid and a lot of really good gameplay. That does end up in being slow sometimes, but they've started to pick up the tempo, which is something we didn't see at the beginning of this stage. So really good to see G2 kind of jump back into their roots.
And even if the attack is a little bit slower for some of the rounds that we got to see, it feels like the defense was a lot more proactive, especially on that map of Lotus, where they go back to that open position before they started playing with the harbor. And they were talking about it. They realized that maybe they were a little too ahead of the times. They needed to wait a little bit longer to bring those comps out of the harbor that we've seen so much, and it just worked out so much better for them. It was what was working before, and it was just bringing a little bit more variety when it comes to the speed and some of the set plays that they had, and that is what worked.
And some of the heroic plays that they did, I think that really contributed.
Yeah.
No, and also too, it's an important thing to note as well, right? We're talking about styles and how these teams are trying to be unique in the moment, right? And you're seeing that from G2, right? They're trying to mix things up. They're trying to throw new ideas out there, be aggressive, but then peel it back.
Yeah.
I think like the teams that really find those layers are going to be the ones that really thrive in this kind of meta, because it feels like you can't just be go all the time. You have to have some kind of go and stop mechanic.
Yeah, I think they tried to really incorporate 2 different play styles, especially for a player like Leaf. But the thing is, Leaf, he excels so much when he is playing on that Viper, or just in general when he's on a roll where he's on the weaker side, because his timings are just so
Very
good.
self-sufficient.
Yeah, he's super self-sufficient. His solo gameplay is one of the main reasons why I think G2 is so strong overall. So I think when they did switch back for a little bit, having Valyn on the harbor, having a Leaf on the Astra, he had to group up a lot more and he had to be with the team, and I think that kind of pulled back from the identity that we've seen G2 have.
And that's the thing, he just couldn't be as aggressive or try to find those timings as much as he was doing it before. So now when he went back to this Viper, it looked so much better. It felt like he was either on that Lotus in defense, he was by himself with the Viper spit, he was trying to rotate a little bit more, starting the B side, or if there was a fast A hit, he was also trying to find a timing to go on the lyrics. So there was so much that he was able to do, and that's why they found the success again.
Yeah, no, Leaf definitely is the type of player who thrives in the environment where you kind of just let him do his thing, and then everyone else is out there causing all this commotion, and you don't got to worry because Leaf is probably going to have your back covered in another area if you decide to pivot. So really, really great stuff. And of course, let's not forget, like, it is a blessing for an IGL. Most importantly, a blessing for Valyn. Zoe had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
Valyn, Cloud9 is coming in with a surprise factor, adding more different players to their rosters. How do you as an IGL and also just as a player approach this match? Because there is now unknowns on the server, right? And that obviously comes with some pitfalls. How do I avoid them?
I think for a team like us, it's never been about the other team. They could throw in 5 new players or 5 of the same players. It doesn't really change the game for us. I think the way we view matches are just our own game plan, our own decisions, and our own protocols. And I think this week of practice has been efficient enough to just go in and play our own game. It's going to be a high-pressure match too, so I'm excited to see how their rookies do. But I think we're ready for this. We've been made for this, and it's time to cash in that playoff.
Done. Can't wait to see you in action.
You I do definitely see exactly where Valyn is coming from. And of course, while G2, they're going to be changing some comps around, well, Cloud9, they're going to be changing rosters because C9 has made another roster move, this time bringing in Note from QRR. He is going to be replacing Vic. And there you saw Vic's message. And of course, we wish Vic nothing but the best in whatever he decides to do in the future, buddy. What is it? The world is your oyster. But of course, so let's talk about C9 because we now have a new addition to the team. There he is. We actually saw his pictures being taken this morning. Yeah, pretty big deal here. Note's coming into the team. What does he bring to the table for the C9 roster?
I am so excited to see Note because he has been so amazing when he was playing for Core. Stage 1, this is a team that lifted that Champions trophy, and he was top fragging. And mind you, if you're wondering what he's going to be playing, what he has been playing in the past, he is a controller that is one of the most aggressive controllers I have ever seen. I know we're talking so much about Leaf on the Viper and the timings that he gets, but this guy, he finds so many openings, so many maps, so many rounds that you see from him. He's finding every single opening kill. If doesn't have Omen, Astra, Viper, whatever it is.
He does it on Brimstone too, which is insane because that's like the clunkiest.
If you had to compare and contrast to like other players, who would he probably be more aligned with if you had to guess?
I think it does have to be Leaf, but
or like a mini Sadak.
Yeah.
Not mini as in physical size, but just
he's
like
quite tall, actually.
Experience-wise,
He's quite tall. So
but it's so I've never seen a controller player that is trying and going for those openings as much as he's doing it and finding that much success.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone compares.
Yeah, no, that definitely is fascinating. I'm curious to see how that's implemented into the server, right? Because there's a lot of pressure on this guy coming in. This is a big game for Cloud9, right?
Yeah.
They need to win this game.
Yeah, they literally have to win this game. But I think for Note too, he needs to just remember that he is so good in the server, and he needs to translate that because obviously going on stage, you can get kind of nervous and have that mentality, especially when you're joining a roster who's kind of like struggling. They've already had one other roster change. They're trying to find their identity. They're trying to figure out what works for them. So slotting into a new roster is always going to change kind of how you approach the game. But I really think this is a good pickup. There's nothing wrong with adding extra firepower to your squad. And I think Note is definitely the guy to bring that, especially with the experience from Core, like you said. It's a really good slot in for
Big thing is really for Note, just do the thing that brought you to the dance to begin with, right? And then you just see what happens. Because look, this is what happened for C9 last week as well. They brought in Jack, and let's be honest, he had a really great debut. Solid. It was exactly what C9 needed. Unfortunately, Erde also was debuting at the same time, who was also having an incredible day as well. So it really was just like the meeting of the minds in that situation. Lau just got the better that day. But what do you think of C9?
Yeah, I think they're taking the right steps towards finding a little bit more success in the future. I think Jack was amazing. He was doing what the team needed to. Of course, they didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so you see a lot of the ways that they're approaching it. They're going for these side hits. They're just playing together. They're working together. They're playing hand in hand with the duelists with Oxy and what Jack was able to do, and of course the double duelist with Sepa. But I think now is going to change a lot. I think Note is going to change this game a lot just because he has such a unique and different playstyle that is going to add an extra layer to Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think Jack in his debut was just phenomenal. I think including all that, he was able to keep up with Oxy, like keep up with that tempo that Oxy consistently
because that's his job in that situation.
That is his job, especially as the Fade, using the Prowler to set Oxy up for success, but then also being right behind him in order to trade. It was really, really nice, and I feel like for Oxy, we haven't really seen him get that much support in a while, just having someone kind of hand in hand with him, other than Zepp and Oxy just going crazy
But it's
together.
a thing we've been asking for a long time, outside of the Zeppa support. Like, where is that for him? The kid's nasty. You got to give him all the resources possible, and it seems like that's exactly what the doctor has ordered here. But it's important to note, all right, folks, Cloud9 pick up the dub here today, right? They're not guaranteed a playoff spot, okay? Very important to note. But if they lose, that's it. It's curtains. They absolutely need to pull this off. But that's going to be 2 roster changes in 2 weeks for Cloud9. And look, folks, this isn't the first time that this team has made big moves all season. Mid-season. No, it's not. No, it's not. In fact, they do this every year. We have a timeline graphic.
Oh,
Put it on the screen. There you go. All right, hopefully I don't screw this up because
you got this right.
Full transparency, Chad, in rehearsal, I was completely beefing this thing.
What
All
do
right,
you mean?
so let's start first. 2020, Mitch
Dan,
joins the team.
You got
and
us, Dan.
not that one. That's wrong. Boom.
Yeah, we know Mitch. We know him.
Kurt,
We
get out
know
of there.
him. Now he's playing for Energy, but that was the first thing that was added, right? But then we needed something else. We added Valyn.
Okay.
Valyn, very iconic player for Cloud9. I feel like everybody has been talking about him for the past few years. I think he was making some jokes after some recent roster moves.
Whoa.
But things remain like that. Just 2 changes in those 2 years.
Big fan
But then
of
we go
Vanity,
into
by the
2022. This is where it really starts to get crazy. Goodbye, Mitch. We have to say goodbye.
Bye-bye,
No.
Mitch.
He goes to
That's our
playing.
IGL. Our IGL's gone.
He goes on a journey to play a little bit of tier 2, and then in the meantime we add Celsius. I think you guys know him, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. The one with the glasses.
Zelsis, that's double L.
He's got
right?
hair, right? Yeah.
Zelsis.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I
think you know.
Well,
Zasis.
you know what's crazy though is we're coming into 2023, and this is where things really hit the fan because we actually let go of Vanity and we added Rooney instead.
Who's a good player.
There you go.
Yeah, and but you know. Are you keeping up? Because after
I'm
Rooney,
trying.
we actually got rid of Zelsis, who was our
Rid of
IGL.
Zelsis.
But then we also decided that we weren't going
Kurt,
to
get out of
keep
there.
Rooney, so we got rid of Rooney. And then instead, we were like, well, we need to go back to our roots, so we added back Vanity into the roster. And don't forget, that's all in 2023. But in 2024, Dan, things got even crazier.
We're working out, but Rooney, we needed to add Rooney again.
All right, yo, okay.
Yeah.
But no, that wasn't really working out. So actually, let's get rid of Rooney.
let's get in the same year?
Yeah, in the same
Yes,
year.
yeah.
No way.
And actually,
That's
Vanity
twice,
wasn't really
actually.
also working out, so let's also get rid of him. But
okay.
you remember Mitch?
Yeah, that
Mitch
old.
is so back.
Oh, that old so-and-so. He's back. Where is
He's
he?
still back and he's IGLing again.
In 2024,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
wow.
then in 2025, we actually decided that we're going to get rid of Mitch.
What the
But
hell?
it's okay because he's coaching. He's coaching now, right? And
Okay.
He's coaching Energy. But it's fine because guess what? We have Zelsis back to replace
Zelsis
and
is
be
back.
our IGL again. So
Okay.
we're back.
Yeah, no, we like Zelsis.
Did you
It's
get all
okay.
that?
I think so.
And also, we can also talk about tens and yay.
Yeah, I feel like there's a
Are
lot
you really
more
gonna
missing
slot
from
that
that. I
in?
don't know if I have enough. Oh, God.
And we can't forget that Zeppo is on the roster the whole time.
Well,
Oh yeah.
there you have it, folks. Cloud9's timeline and team history. Thank you for taking that one away. But now look at it. Now look what we have. Because instead of going back to the well and picking the same names over and over again, right? I'm looking this year, right? We got Mitch coming back, and Mitch came back 4 years later, for goodness sake, right? What do we have instead? We end up with new faces. Jack, Note joining the lineup as well. That's huge. That's a big deal, and it shows maybe a bit of a generational change for a lot of these Challengers players, right?
This is what you've seen recently for a lot of the teams realizing the value and how good these Challengers players are. So
Yeah.
I love the fact that although these teams are paying close attention to who they can pick up. And again, I think Note is going to change the game completely. I'm so excited to see him. I think everybody in social media has been talking about him and who was going to pick him up. And out of nowhere, Cloud9, they found the spot and they did it.
Yeah, and he's like the first Bermudan player in VCT, which is kind of insane.
Pretty
so
dang
repping
cool.
for his home, obviously, he has so much to bring. But I just think always getting new talent, especially fresh talent from Challengers, is always a good mindset to have.
I agree.
New output on everything, especially when you're kind of going back and forth.
And with how this meta has been shaping up. It's been rapidly just changing, but also players are like struggling and everyone's adapting. There's a lot going on here. But for more on Cloud9's roster changes, let's hear from the coach of C9. Here's Amy.
Let's chat a little bit about this because obviously from the outside looking in, it looks short notice, last minute. Do you feel like you had adequate time to make those changes heading into this last week of play?
No, it all kind of just came on us pretty quick after going 0-2, and then we played MIBR and we won. Obviously, we were discussing changes, but yeah, people just decided they didn't want to be here and they left. So you can go check out all the bigger details on the Cloud9 podcast, Cloud9 on YouTube.
So what does that do to the team morale when those last minute changes hit you literally at the end of the stage?
I mean, our morale couldn't have been any lower, so hopefully it's going to boost us up.
All right, only up from here. Good luck in today's match.
My man just promoted his podcast in an interview. I respect the hustle. I wish I had done that. Watch Rebook. Okay, so you see, I can do it too. We all can do it. All right, but Dan, what do we take from that? Because honestly, it does feel like this is really just them preparing for stage 2, rather like with EG, same situation.
And I think it's something that you have to do. And honestly, that podcast is super interesting because he's really honest, and I feel like usually as a team, you're trying to hide things. You're not trying to be completely honest with the audience to really know what's going on, what the problems are. And Amy has always been really honest and straightforward of this was going wrong. This is your biggest problem. This is what we have to fix. So that is something that I really like. And honestly, I know that we were kind of joking about it a little bit with the changes, but I think for Cloud9, they have to make these changes and are things that are needed and also requested for Vic, as we saw. So I feel like something necessary. It's something that, hey, Energy did last year and they won champ.
True.
So.
Very true. I mean, that's
true.
Scuba and Mata came in and changed the game for them, right? So yeah, that is very true there. But let's take a look at our predictions and what does the talent team think. And
okay.
Okay. All right.
It's okay.
This one I understand. This one I kind of get.
Because Dan's on our side, so we're good.
Yeah, and Dan is a scriptwriter, so that means.
So whenever she's on the other side, we're all.
This is too dangerous. But here's the thing that's wacky about this. I think C9, a rejuvenated team could actually.
I can't lie. I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, should I change my prediction?
You are a demon.
What I'm thinking about Note, like my expectations are so high. So I'm.
And Jack had a really good game last time too.
How about this? Let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. Let's wait. Let's not do what we do all the time on the desk. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But this is the kind of game that C9 would win.
This is true. This is
the kind of game that C9 would win.
It's annoying that you're right. All right, folks, that's it. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and start this show. We got G2 and Cloud9 about to take the stage. America starts now.
I'd say G2's biggest strengths are just that they can adapt very easily. Like, they're just very good at like reading the game, which is very hard to play against a team like that because no matter what you're doing, they're kind of gonna adapt / play around it.
Execute coming through. Leaf realistically can't do anything to stop this.
What is happening? Have to salvage Leaf. He's gonna find 3 kills.
God, for the spam
What
angle.
is Leaf on, bro? What is he on? What a ridiculous hat. He's out of absolutely nowhere.
I mean, I do think it's a big game for both teams. You know, C9 has to prove a lot in terms of like the new pickup they signed mid-season, Jack. Zepic, he got a really nice ace on Lotus. I saw that.
C9 have boxed them in. Zeppa caught a one-on-one. Zeppa needs an ace to stop this map running away, and he will find it.
That was the one round that they won. So if you think about it, when Zeppa gets an ace, it's 100% round win rate on Lotus.
So I think for us, it's just not really playing to their tempo and kind of focusing on us and calming things down and playing simple.
You know, for us, it's just playoffs. Like, it's do or die in a sense.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Put your hands together for your first team coming to the stage. It's G2 Esports.
This team in a do or die position, but in order to get their best chances at making playoffs, they have to win today. And again, this is no small feat. This is G2, the Titans of Americas that have consistently won it out. But this is the first time we're seeing them struggle, so we're looking at them today to make sure they solidify that spot into playoffs. They have so much more to prove about themselves. After having a little bit of a creative spree, they really need to show that they know how to go back to that form where they were earlier, becoming the Americans.
Yeah, G2 is a team right now that is currently fighting and figuring out how they move forward for playoffs.
Yeah.
Whereas their opponents on the other side of the stage, they are trying to, well, form the teamwork, form the camaraderie that will push them forward. Is today the day? Could very well be with Zeppa running out like that. Put your hands together for Cloud9.
He just went running. I love it. Honestly, for Cloud9, I know we have a lot of questions, and in the past 2 weeks, they've made 2 roster changes, but these are some of the greatest roster changes, I would say, that Cloud9 has made recently. Something that they were talking about before was that what they needed to do the most is look for aggression, be confident, especially when things are going wrong. And both Jack and Note add exactly that. It is what they were doing in Challengers. They add confidence. They add that extra layer that Cloud9 needed before, and that could give them the extra today against G2.
Yeah, the extra firepower, the understanding, the voices, and of course, the experience that they had in Challengers is completely different, which means there's a fresh new mindset.
Yeah.
You heard it in that Zelsis kind of interview where he was saying, we need to play our game and at our tempo and not be forced into G2's plan. And so I think going forward, that's going to look really good. But with these maps, Dan, Lotus from G2, I think this makes a lot of sense because obviously the last time C9 played it, they didn't have that good of a performance. They played it against Loud, they got 13-1. But did they have enough time to fix things? I don't know, because that was kind of a steep loss, but for G2, this makes sense.
We were really scared when we saw that first map for Cloud9. They couldn't get anything going, but then it got a bit more competitive the more that we got to see this series. And what is interesting is that the maps that you're seeing right now that the teams are going to be playing are the same maps that Cloud9 played against Loud just last week. So it felt like they had some things that they could fix, and especially once again with the addition of these 2 new players and with that extra time to prepare, I think it should be a lot more competitive. I'm excited to see if things are going to change at all on this side of G2. Of course, we already saw the change on Lotus for that harbor, maybe on Split as well.
I'm excited to see Split actually for C9. I'm curious what C9 how they're gonna approach Split. How does it change from what they did prior? Because that's been a good map for them.
Yeah, the last time they played it, they won 13-8 versus Loud. I think when you have just a solid map, solid foundationally, slotting in an extra player, especially because Jack has already played that map with them, it's just a little bit easier, obviously, when you have that kind of advantage, knowing how you want to play on that map.
And it is a must win for both of the teams. So once again, going back to the comfort, going back to that composition that we used to see before on the side of G2, and especially you need to be paying attention to what Leaf is going to be doing, how he's going to be playing around the map early on, how he's going to be finding those timings. But on the other side, once again, I think the greatest duel that we're going to be seeing is going to be Leaf against Note. Potentially this controller, I want to see what he's going to be playing. Yeah, this is especially Omen, one of the most aggressive agents that he put.
I mean, on Lotus, you've seen Sadak do it, right? Where he just constantly retakes space by himself with no worries, and his positioning is so good. And I think when you're looking at a player like Note, you're expecting that forward aggression, especially because his mechanics and his aim is so good that we're gonna see that kind of confidence, hopefully, in the server.
Pressure's on for both teams. C9 desperately need this victory if they want to even have a chance at playoffs. And of course, for G2 Esports, a win here, you pretty much guarantee your spot. Let's go ahead and send it over to 2 casters, the best on the mic. Here's Riv and Vansili.
Thank you very much from the desk. You just heard it from them. This kind of sits under the playoff umbrella in different respective ways for both teams here. And G2 are going to be very hungry to get that locked in because of the losses that they've had. We heard Valyn kind of talking about, you know, those actually have helped us, and we understand now what we need to do to go forward. But C9's also made their changes today. Have something to show.
Exactly. For G2 to at least had to bounce back after losing the first 2 weeks, but for C9 with 2 new players coming in, that's the big test going into this series today for C9. Can they actually win and keep their playoff dream alive?
We are heading on. It's time for your match start presented by Samsung OLED as we get on to Lotus. 2-2 for G2, that 1-3 that C9 is trying to build on with these changes. Jack now towards that initiator position. Oxy's going to be the Raze. Jogamo is going to be fighting on a Raze on the other side too. Kind of that mirror match for this coming in as they start towards the A side.
And this has been an identity of C9 in the past couple of weeks. It's the walk, contact, and pop. Something that punished them a lot still against Loud last week. But it works this time around as Leap falls from the hands of Oxy.
Oxy ready to start cooking right there, but Cloud9 having a nice setup to back him up. Not too much from Noted going down here. They still move forward. They're happy, trading the kills very smooth as their insight now strong with 3. Valyn and Trent coming in. Slight bit of utility, but Oxy's still going to try to trip him up here. Trent already reading the play, getting in another one from him. And they have the upper hand. Hearing the rope, it's going to be enough, but no. Jack gets down in time. Is he going to be able to do it? The pickup is going to be by Valyn, and that's pissed around for G2.
A big test for Jack. Not only has he played last week, but this is pretty much his debut on the Americas stage because he only played in a smaller arena. This time, new environment, facing a 1v1 against a fragging IGL of Valyn, but unfortunately couldn't pull it off. And good on G2 at least here. We saw the 5-man pop as soon as that contact came out for C9 and he scored first blood, and he had to come down to individualistic plays from G2 right after, from finding their own timings, from Trent doing Trent things. Allowing G2 to score a very nice pistol round to starting to stall the C9 hit. You look at his Vino as well here, Rivet. Doesn't really favor C9 too much, with the exception now of the second map of Split, because Split has been their bread and butter, at least for their stage. It's their only really big map win that they've had. And hopefully they're going to be able to bounce back from the last couple of weeks where they're still striving for a chance to make it to the playoffs in this first stage.
C9 working both sides of the map here, trying to throw G2 off. Valyn with a beautiful paranoia. Can he get around in time, though, before he receives one? And Noted answers. A nice counter just to get the backside of sight. G2 still has that gun set up to go through, waiting for Leaf's judge to get into position as he is going to start walking through that pit, or that orb, I should say. And they slow things down. Nice job by C9 to quiet it as well. Not peeking, not giving up these shots. Oh, they're funneled, though.
They're low on HP as well.
This could cause a problem. All in the same spot. This Spectre could absolutely put him in the grinder. Baby Bay. See if the patience pays off here. He's not going to be able to move too much with the vines coming out. Trade again. I mean, you got to be happy if you're C9 on this. You're still seeing bodies fall, but you're not able to get too many of the weapons. Seppa does have that stinger, throws it over to Jack. Now he's going to be trading that, so Jack has the HP to get the fight through. They're thinking of the little things to get the second round away from G2 here. Oh, then they step into the smoke. What is going to just be handshakes from Jogamo. Trent and Leaf pick it up, and it looked like C9 had a move, but it wasn't it.
I thought it was going to be a good round for C9 in the end when they were able to continue to fight back and get this plant down eventually, because that retake, I was like, Leaf needs to move in. He's the only one with the judge that could do such good damage against low HP here for C9, but then suddenly G2 comes in with these no scopes. The Guardian still comes in. What a nice little save in the end.
Boys, let's go, baby.
That's what it was all about. Cloud9 was not peeking, but they were sourced, found out. It was a good job by G2 to take the time.
For one setup now for C9, as again, it's been the story here of their style of just wanting to play with aggression. And they've mentioned at the desk here, Note likes to be with the team. He's been doing that a lot in the challenger scene. Although when you're looking at him comparatively to Vic in the past, he's more of like the space maker and also very good at multi-frags. He's very stoic in these fights, knows when to pick him, but never really puts himself in these clutch scenarios where Vic usually is going to be that playmaker for C9. So we'll have to identify a little bit this synergy, this scenario of how much it changes the playstyle of C9, their identity, now that they have Jack and Note in this roster.
Already very gritty in their fights. It's paid off that G2, that bonus buy, is hurt even a little more with the damage they took. So C9's going to take their time, read the entire map before they make that decision.
Yeah. At least for now in this matchup too, Vic has always been playing this Omen on this map, so it kind of just fits one-to-one in terms of the comps. And for C9 now to focus a little bit on trying to break the wall if they can, but consistently we're seeing this wall being placed a little bit more passively on that C side, forcing the hand of C9 to move more aggressively, more deeply into the site to try to bait that wall and to get trapped into it. So C9 are a little bit hesitant so far.
It's going to have to be a follow Oxy in. They see the wall, it does funnel on waterfall side, so they may choose to take that. But no, he's going to activate, try to get into the face of Valyn. It's cleaned. Valyn gets the Vandal. And now they have to activate. 10 seconds left on the round. The pressure cooker starts here. The bonus round looking in favor of G2, but instantly swept by C9 there on the rotations, on the site take. Spike down, reset that timer for a little bit. Strength comes in doing the damage. And it looks like Leaf and Trent are going to have a good eye on this. Zeppa's so low at the current position. You have to wait for that tether.
Leaf still has to move in quick. Only has a judge to work with and is forced to move into waterfall now.
Clearing all the close angles first. Looks up, not going to be close enough, and Zelsis and crew are able to grab that for C9, getting the bonus away from G2.
Yeah, good on C9 as well for the last three players after Oxy dies from the satchel on C side to move in as a group to be able to trade, and actually not even trade, win the fights moving into the site. Look at these crisp shots coming through. First entry by Jack. The lurk, now you see the responsibility is still there for Zelsis as is Viper on this map, and he gets value out of it. But I gotta say, if you want this to be a little more cleaner here for C9 for that hit, you need probably Note to be with the team so that he could TP across the wall and not only leave Oxy to sacrifice himself every time. And we've seen that that's been the story a little bit of C9 in the past year. I'm just thinking about how when they were playing Corrode or Pearl, it's kind of just left stranded. So having a little bit more support can maybe help them get some cleaner rounds for the side of C9.
Looks like old G2 on their Lotus. Push out, grab C, mess with door, play outside C, and just hold that position until the team's going to take it back, getting all the info. C9 are on the soft side, but they're going to run into all of Leaf's utility. who G2 are very happy to leave on an island for a bit.
Face your fear!
Might fall through, active to delay, and look, they're already halfway across the map. This is gonna force Oxy up. Baby Bay's already ready for it. A few more shots here, Trent. And G2 close it in on side C9. Zeppa doing what he kept behind here, but it looks scattered. They tried to get themselves into position after getting that spike in the site. And no go. Can Zalsis out Trent here? No. It just seems like they have C9 always chasing, always just on the heels of a kill, but G2's able to answer it.
Trent's been that player so far for G2 this game. And that's what, 3 rounds so far where he's had multi-kills and making it very possible for G2 to turn around these favors for them to win rounds. Thankfully, though, at least for C9, they still have a little bit of fight back here to keep this game close. But Trent is definitely a player to look out for so far. You have to think about, too, how C9's approaching this map, though. They have a compositional change, right? You think about the past. Last week when they played against Loud, it was double duelist. You had Oxy on a Neon. This time, Zeppa is going to be the Senti player, so...
Oh, do they activate ultimate? Seem a little anger here. Oxy's going to hold for now as they're backed off. G2 are guessing correctly on quite a few of these pushes, but don't get anything on that.
I mean, they almost hit gold there. Almost struck gold with the C's nade. Look at Oxy, he's 5 HP, so he's forcing now to give the Vandal to Zeppa. And that Rocket's not going to get too much value either if they want to try to open up sites, because, again, he's only at 5 HP. So that's a nice little W by G2 to stall that push for the B-site plant. And now you're forcing C9 to stay grouped up to leverage the rifle in their trades to plant towards this A-site if they can.
Playing passive just on the left side. Baby Bay's going to call this one through. Oh!
Yeah, that's it.
No, as Oxy wants to go through and pretty much thorns himself to death on that one. And now the patience. Maybe they said it in the first round after we heard their comms, and they're going to use that to retake this again. And the question is, how can C9 really turn the tables? Just that Vandal for Zeppa. Delay again.
And it's important for him, too. Remember, they only have that rifle to work with. Lost it.
Rifle's gone. And G2 just swarm. Jack's going to run, and it looks like they have control of it. The way they're retaking, the confidence they have in the fights, even if they're a 1v1 right now, yeah, G2 have no cobwebs to shake off in the start of this series, as C9 seem to be warming up.
And you see Jax running away too, so that's actually very smart too for a new player coming in from the VCL to understand what's happening on the other side here of the scoreboard. Baby Bay was one orb away of getting his ult, so he's just running away to make sure that Baby Bay doesn't get that kill, and it's actually Valyn that picked it up. Allows your C9 to have a little bit more of a percentage win in their favor into the next round as they finally have rifles and the showstopper to work with.
Look at these successful post plants here for G2. Even if they don't find C9 in the beginning of the round, they're still getting an advantage somewhere that allows them to close it out. Valyn playing that position we see Sadakin very commonly. As they back up, it's not working right away. Got to keep it in your pocket.
It's nice for Note to TP and wait too. So the open default you see for C9 for this robo control is always inserting these two players at that spot. So you can start baiting this door. But usually it's Zalsis that's doing that. So it looks like you want to give that responsibility to Note so that he can try to force a duel here and maybe win a fight.
Get that confidence built up. You see he wasn't afraid to go for it, making some noise, trying to draw some eyes, draw some feet. Ooh. Towards the middles, no trade's going to be there, and they want to activate right away. Jogamo gets a second off it immediately, and now they know they need to swarm the other side of the map. Ults go down, and in goes Cloud9.
This is big, though, for space for C9, because from the first ult, you start with the plant. Now Oxy has a rocket to work with to stop the push from G2 in spawn.
Nice verify kill confirmed by Oxy going through. He's going to bite off more than he can chew, possibly, but he's still using the info. And there he gets a little bit more. How far is his peak? Doesn't go for the swing. Oh, a double step. Takes down Baby Bay in the same instance. Rushing back in. Oh, even trying to hold shift on Valyn gets caught out by Jack out of Waterfall, and now they scatter back. Playing their lives. Very smart. And this is going to be going down either way. They stay alive, and they're probably going to swarm Trent on this. A 4K for Oxy, and nice cross-map work there for Cloud9 to really get G2 off the ball.
Yeah, very nice by Oxy for the scaling as well. So the audible call, too, of what was ever happening on the A side after Note loses his battle to Valyn and the shotgun or showstopper comes out.
Yeah.
The IGL Zelsis calls for the fast pivot towards that C site. And again, because the Steel Garden grabs all that space towards that C site, Oxy understands that he could take that space and starts for his own duel fights. And it was actually some nice crisp shots.
Yeah, the Prowler into the Boombot, just keeping spawn cleared.
So not needing to use a showstopper to confirm the kills and save it for the post plant where there's no time left for G2 to move in. That's the guaranteed round. So again, great plays from the star duelist on the side of Cloud9. Still money aplenty for G2. They're looking for a 3-man walk, and they already punished Zelsis.
Saw him a little jump up there. But Valyn actually got it through the wall, too, so probably saw his head and just cleaned it up. They're not convinced it's C just yet. This could play in C9's favor. A Viper and a Vice, though, to delay all of this. Cloud9 has their work cut out for him. That cooks Oxy down, and G2 is going to start trading him right back. C9 stalled with the spike, just walking in now.
It's up to the Young Guns.
Oof. Okay, trade was there, but Valyn's faster. 3K for Valyn, an instant back and forth there. G2 covers his site. Yeah, that's a thumbs up. Thumbs up for Valyn.
I was going to say, G2 changing their setups, too, for the Vice wall for the last 2 rounds. I think they were prioritizing that, for the B-side hold. So it does give a gap here for C9 to start exploiting a bit. But this time around, when you still had the Steel Garden to work with and you pop it as soon as you get contact, it really allowed for G2 to stall. Speaking of stalling, it's going to be C9 calling out the first timeout of this game.
It's great movement for them. You're talking about having all that stall utility. They move the 3 back over to fight where Zelsis would be, so always keeping that death ball. And Baby Bay no longer has A to himself. So a few different looks that keep throwing C9 off, and they've only been able to get 2 in these 8 rounds. All right, 10 rounds, sorry.
Oh, yeah, 8 rounds.
No, 8 rounds. Yeah. I was like, oh, I counted wrong? I counted wrong?
But at least now for Note for his debut, it's starting to see that it's a little bit hard for him to find these duels, right? Even if he TPs towards Rubble, it's not his fault because G2 is playing different styles on the A-side hold, sometimes very passively, sometimes the walk contacts that are really keeping the A-side on their toes. So if C9 keeps defaulting with the same Zelsis and Note on that side, they seem to get punished quite easily here. So, or you want to force the hand a little bit more so that Note could join in with the battle to fight. They will, at least for this round, because it's a lower buy that you have for Cloud9, but the most important thing for the timeout is the round after here. Once they have the money to work with, how can they take value off the A-side Rubble control that G2 likes to give up a little bit for a couple of these rounds? But I wouldn't be surprised here at this point if you're trying to push quickly with the Singers. You could still leverage the pit inside the C site if you get trades in your favor.
Well, the timeout may not be for this round, it may be for next. But I think you're right. Stingers got to stick together. And it looks like they have a pretty free path on this one. A shot to the leg of Zelsis, and Valyn just starts to clean him up with the Phantom as they enter in. Paranoia to delay. It's just the name of the game right now for G2 as C9 can't safely get the spike down really in any instance when they try these right away. And that's a runaway now for Jack. Maybe a plant somewhere on the map, but this Stinger is definitely going to go down at some point.
I like at least he fell back to pick up the orb, right? Maximize that to go into the next round. Get a plan if you can to add some extra money here for the team. As he walks in, though, I think this wall is still going to be up. Oh, actually, Baby Bay failed, so there is a chance to really walk in to go for this plant.
So close, though. He tucks. The repeat. He's only got 10 in it. Those 10 are going to go fast. They have to be right on Valyn. If he comes around the corner, and balance. Crosshair ready. G2 take another one. And to see if this timeout from C9 was meant for this next round.
Yeah, definitely, because the last round was just trying to get into the site for C, trying to get that plant. But you see for the exit, though, Oxy was trying to satchel in to get some value on that pillar to close that gap, get value off the Stingers as well, but kind of bumped into each other with Note. The scaling was on the same side, and he couldn't satchel in the right spot, and they both got stalled right at the bottom of the waterfall, and Val was able to swing out and get the easy 2 kills. So a little bit of miscomms here, but it's normal right now. If you listen to the C9 podcast, Jack, his first game was also first map on Lotus, and He talked about how nervous he was going into the first map and if everything was okay for the rest of the series. Note maybe could be feeling the same thing here for his debut.
Jack seems to have kicked those nerves a little bit here. We see him top of the scoreboard for C9 at the moment. Now they're going to start to move up towards B with him and Oxy. So looking to create this space. They go versus Jogamo. And now they're going to be able to split it, making it indecisive for the Jog to get that shot down and not activating just yet. Looks like they have the spike pretty far behind. I didn't think they were going to get this much space probably, but they will be able to get in time before G2 really sets up. Oh, I say that, Vance.
Yeah, they waited a little bit too long too, and the spike is actually out in the open still. Can't really make it in if he clears that corner.
No way, Leaf gets it already. The idea already had spike at C for this round. C9 took so long to get it in, and now Leaf is gonna punish them. It's up to Valyn though, the fragging IGL. As C9 find a way out of this box, the G2 will start to build around him.
Spike planted.
Throws a smoke so could play inside of it too. But Oxy knows better.
All right. C9 grab it. A bit scrappy in the site there, trying to audible the strat without it going through the door. Didn't have the clearance, but C9 get it. It's a round they very much needed, and the timeout comes in.
Yeah, it almost felt assertive if I'm thinking of the comms for the side of C9 that Zelsis was saying, hey, wait, let me really try to get this pit out, but I'm getting punished here from the waterfall side. And once they finally have their footing in, as players fall back to reload, it gave enough time for Valyn to flank from behind and even drop that spike. And he almost got that round there for the side of G2. A little bit of time wasted, but salvaged in the end.
See how they commit this time. Back towards the A side, but they're going to meet the three that want to fight from G2.
Toxin screen down.
That's what we're talking about, right? Try to punish here. They had great value off the wall contact on the pistol round. This time, though,
reading the play. Very nice by Note and Oxy. Sourcing out a kill on that. Trent, good for a trade. And they're going to back up. They play their lives. They realize how hungry C9 is going to be for these last few rounds.
this is not the best look so far for C9, though, because they've been defaulting the Vice wall over on the A side. So there's a gap right now for Elite to flank.
Nightmares for everybody.
Nice.
Still going to be able to clear it. Have to be extra air. Oh, aware with the audio cut on that. Zeppa was able to avoid the whole mess. They like B right now. I mean, Valyn doesn't like him in B, but C9 seems to have a lot of the ground gained here safely. It's about defending it. The crossfire isn't set up for him just now. Jack's got to cover this, but Valyn is low. And that's 1-1.
Haunt up now.
Oh, against Trent. Jack comes out on top this time. And C9's going to capture another round.
And he's going to come out smiling out of that one for Jack. Imi and Zelsis, who actually praises Jack to be a mini Trent for the roster of C9 and having to face basically his doppelganger, fade on fade. And he's able to clutch that one in the end.
I mean, last time we talked to Trent in an interview, he said Jack is one of those tier 2 prospects that people are looking at. Definitely a notable name, and that's why. The man himself right there in a clutch versus him, and Jack was able to find the win.
Also currently top fragging for C9. So Oxy, the opener, Jack, the clutcher. And now Trent hit as we have an eco for G2, a mixed buy rather. We still have our hero rifle for Valyn.
Yeah. Nice space gained by C9. The full death ball here as they go over towards A. First time we've seen this strat in round 11 now. And it's going to be the whole kit and caboodle as they head straight in for the plant.
Yeah, Baby Bay also has a rifle to work with. Nice little shot in the beginning. This could be salvaged, though, by Trent at the top.
That was cheeky, using their wall against them that went up towards the top side there. And now, again, they're stalled. This seems to be the problem. They C9 get in. G2 know exactly what to do to make it feel just uncomfortable, just enough. And now they can't plant safely. Oh, the answer's ready as well for the peak. They want to get the space. That one's forced down, so they're forced to go forward. Clear more, haunted out, found out. Leaf's going to come around with the classic, and another round of patience for G2 pays off.
You have to respect the attempt, too, from what Jack was trying to do as well with his util, right? If he throws that C's down towards that pit and you don't see a tether on that orb, he instantly looks up towards the top heaven so he can try to swing for a fight. Exactly. Or sorry, it was Zeppa that swung at it. It was actually a seize thrown on the defensive side by Trent. Still gets him ready for the fight. Kind of replays.
Just ready. Just
chilling.
That's what pros do between rounds. If you're not doing that, maybe you're doing it wrong. All right, final round here in the first half. They're going to 3-2 split it this time, so maybe they'll head back straight through B, straight through mid. I think C9 working faster has worked for them. Just got to be confident in holding that site. Already stalled on C. Maybe they didn't fully want the space or would have taken a fight without double smokes, but felt uncomfortable there. Want to regain this space now that Zelsys already has kind of been offered by G2.
We'll have to see that Zelsys finds that timing, though, because I don't know if he was spotted by Jogimo yet, but his Boombot's going to slow and maybe break that timing. Or being picked up, Oxy has Showstopper to work with, already being walled! Beautiful by Trent.
The Odin coming in. That is a way that they were going to try to secure the round, so they basically have to walk up for these kills. Zelsys does get one, and Trent knows this is a W press for C9. That's going to be through the B door as it goes. Oh, there's so much delay everywhere. I don't think C9's really felt comfortable in any of these situations here on the attack side.
Especially now, they don't have weapons to work with.
It's crazy.
Now they're closing a gap.
G leaves still peeking, wanting more, knowing he can take at least one and have the backup of Baby Bay on top side of B.
Left.
And there's one. Start the arc, Rose gets another. Oh, he gets the correction! 4K for Baby Bay to lock down the first half with an 8-4.
That's the cam view I want to see to stand up after the spray transfer on the 3 kills. The veteran still has it. And that's a nice wall bang, too, to secure the first blood for G2 and also helping G2 secure a strong lead moving into the second half.
Knew he flashed one, committed out, got it. G2 gained the momentum as they go into halftime. Let's see if it stops C9 from coming back in the second half when we come back.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Back for the second half of G2 versus Cloud9. And some pretty powerful rounds, impact rounds by G2 to hit that half with Baby Bay getting a 4K. And now C9, very much needed pistol round, it seems like, to gain the momentum and at least put a stop to this tempo G2 has been feeling.
Definitely, and at least C9 had some moments where they're able to stop that tempo of G2 from time to time when you had these hero plays coming out from like the remaining 3 members, Oxy at the point as well. A little bit of clutches coming out from Jack too, so there is definitely a glimmer of hope right now for C9 playing the defensive side of Lotus now, although, as I've mentioned as we started the game, they were quite aggro for a lot of their plays for the last couple of weeks, but this time around, though, they are playing a little bit more passively, trying to find the information with utility instead. And G2 seemed to have realized that type of style from C9 last week, so all they did was stay back towards that spawn with the double insert on A side. So now, with the minute mark, you're forcing ahead of G2 to start prodding around the map a little bit more. And forcing also C9 players to start jiggle peeking because you want to save a little bit more of that util if you can here to stall the wave.
They're gaining so much space. Gonna hit a wall though.
Literally.
Here. Toxin screen down.
Nope.
Just saw Zelsis on the right side. C9's playing this one very cautious. They really don't think this is a commitment from G2. I mean, keep everybody alive in the situation, but they're going to have to head towards A here in the end, it looks like, unless it's a crash through baby door. Oxy, another peek. Note, right on the edge of that one. A nice trade with the duelist. And he's still there for more.
Oh!
Valyn's going to be able to take him down. Quick swap over there to B. And a nice hold. This is going to be very late from Baby Bay here. Oh, trades with Zelsis, and the orb coming down gives him the upper hand. Squeezed into the B site with enough time, and Valyn comes up with the shot. Gives him a chance for the pistol round. Both quite low.
Toxins going up.
Going to go ahead and ring around the Rosie for a little bit here as they have quite a bit of time to play with, but now Valyn can head back towards site and keep that timing.
Chances are much higher here for Zelsis. One shot with the Sheriff. Valyn has to hit pretty much a headshot here.
Plays deep in the corner. Oh, the knee to the chest. Finds the correction there. Boom. Takes him out. There's only one IGL that can fit inside B site there. It's Valyn. A nice job. And again, another round where they walk up to gain space until they are just almost put in a fight.
Yeah. Ended up being 3 knee shots for the kill. But it did look a little bit questionable there for G2 to actually break that wall. It almost felt like Breaking Break Room was trying to pull the rotate out from the staircase so that he could guess a split into the A site. But not breaking that Vice wall in the beginning from Zelsis made things a little bit more difficult for them to really go for a cleaner hit. And then they got caught off guard here from the rotate from C9, so it was close. But it had to come down to another 1v1 here for G2 to win the pistol.
Leaf Lurk is so deadly. They're going to just condition this into C9 for the rounds until they don't use it. And everybody will be still looking for him. Heading back towards that space he's once again gained. The party of Cloud9 is looking to hold down C.
Looks like you're going to continuously find this fight between both Leaf on the Lurk and whoever is anchoring here on the A site. This time it'll be Oxy. Also will get spotted. Door's not broken, so he is in trouble.
Oh, no way! He gets one! The wall comes back up. He calls for it. What a help there from Zelsis to help him get a kill. Jogamo still picks that up, but it looked like he was dead to rights right off the bat.
Definitely.
G2 making their way into A. Looks like it'll be a safe plant here. They should be able to get this round and continue to mount up some of these ultimates. Who's going to get this one? They're just getting Nightfall back online, it seems like, to give it to Tren. Easy peasy. And hold this safe.
Planted. There.
Yeah, and so now you can definitely see they're just waiting for the last second to run into the radius of the spike going off. So G2 will instantly now hit double digits. And Trent definitely not going for any type of hunt yet. I feel like across the board for G2, you kind of still want to stay. Because the weapons are still quite strong moving into the next round. You could definitely use the Outlaw and the Guardian to get some value out of it instead of throwing it away for some orbs. And remember, as I talked about, C9 liking to be semi-aggressive here on the defensive rounds. In the past couple of weeks, this Guardian and Outlaw could still do some heavy damage if G2 plays at a slow default up towards that spawn.
G2 solidifying another round here. Expected Lotus to go their way. See if C9 can get an answer before too many ults come online for G2 here. And they can start to get theirs in the mix. I think that's one of the win conditions for them, at least, since they're not able to really read the space. We'll see what happens with Gunzo as we get into G2's bonus round.
I whiffed a little with the Marshall hot dog.
Okay, okay. I was wondering too. I was saying C9 has to go up against the hot dog. It's been very powerful for G2 lately. So, I don't know, what that's like an X factor. How do you beat the hot dog? I'll have to find out.
It's definitely the vibe call out here for G2 with these round dubs. The flick doesn't work out though. A beautiful shot by Oxy.
Maybe he doesn't believe hot dogs are sandwiches. It's one of those fights. You never know. He's staying out there, though. He did this last round, so he kind of wants to own the A space for Cloud9 in these last few rounds and let them know there will be a fight. G2's still hovering towards the C side as they're wondering if Oxy will push through.
Shadows traveling. And G2's playing this very passively as well, just trying to prod around the map, see if they could hear the Vice Wall. Oh, actually, it needs to be used for actually space making instead of trying to break the Vice util.
Well,
it still popped.
They tried to hide the Valyn TP in. Zealous heard it. They're looking for it. Now they use the blast packs to try to follow up to see if they could get in secretly, but C9 isn't having any of it. It's going to have to be loud, and C9 will trade that back right away. Babyface tucked here, full HP, but he's only got a stinger to try to wreak havoc into the site. He goes to source another gun, and Jack says, no thank you. C9 gets another round for himself.
Great job by Zelsis to anchor up towards that mound, and he did very similar double kills and a hold on the A side a couple of rounds ago too, so putting him quite active around the map. And Zelsis was ready for that too. You talked about masking the sound here with the paint shells to TP across, but now finally, as I'd mentioned, the Jack util, it does get a seize, a tether out for onto Valyn, and gets Zelsis ready for that kill. So yeah, great util support.
Back towards the A fight, and now they're on the passive side. C9's going to fight towards C. This is going to be maybe one of those G2 walk-up rounds. That has to be one C9 can repair and get themselves ahead on.
C9 kind of were in a good spot at the beginning, because right now they were playing close to that door on mount control. They could really open that door and really punish into the B side, trying to beat that wall. But instead, we stay slow.
No protection for Celsius. He's got a lot of fight in front of him, and he's going to take one down for the trade. And that's going to be hit from two sides now. Front B and from the little room.
Wow.
Into sight for the plant. Quickly pushing C9 out.
Great util scaling coming out from G2.
Yeah.
That's one after the other. 3 pieces of util to really push Oxy back and get the pulse plant now for G2 to set up.
They just get so much confirmation and being able to get themselves to good defensive positions, understanding Valyn has time to now walk around because that util didn't require the full team to happen. So they have an answer for a push here. That Note starts off on a high note. Jack now with another one, and Valyn's gonna have to come in big. And look! Jack turns around with the timing! Leaf, the last one, the last line that Oxy puts down. And C9 get a very effective retake there from the new guys.
Trying to figure out what happened there when Baby Bay got that flash out, because Note was fully blinded, yet never died. So I almost feel like Baby Bay swung out to try to fight towards heaven instead. Yeah, look at that. He spotted actually on the top. Jack just couldn't win that duel. Quick with the shot. And they just got dismantled one by one from positioning for G2. Really not in a great position to trade off each other. And it almost felt like they were banking off Baby B's flash when you had one guy kind of still out in the open, though, for Trent's position watching on the top of heaven. So ends up being a good round for C9 for the retake. Breaks the econ for G2 one more time in this half. Although we're up in the tempo a little bit here with the TP across, very similar pastures to C9 getting Note across the rubble. This time it's Valyn. But the difference now is that they're actually being more proactive on the front B side. They've always inserted Leaf and Baby Bay. And this time around, keeping Leaf inserted could be the one that could really win these fights with the Guardian once you start forcing C9 to rotate as G2's looking to make some noise towards the C site.
He found the wall. Leaf said, yeah. That's over at B. They back up. And they're trading spaces quite a bit. Zelsis finds that little walk transfer. And trade from Trent, honestly, it's going to be the one that matters on this. Is G2 or into C?
The biggest kill, because you're just jiggling for some info, and then you get popped by that range with the Sheriff, and that's open sight. Because they had all the Vice util on C here for C9 to just stall.
Oh. The thing that C9 couldn't let happen on this round, the low buy for G2 could go through. Jogamo's going to come up a perfect paranoia on 3. Oxy's going to try to flex his muscles as they go back in, slowed. And just got to fire it into the corner. Gets nothing out of that one as Jack now tries to answer from the waterfall. And that's exactly what they need to do into sight. flood it and make it painful for G2, but it's Baby Bay firing right back. Gonna get the legs of Jack before he peeks too. Could get the sheriff shot on him. Oh, and he does from the backstab. Does Zelsis stick it? Trent's gonna go ahead, look for the peek. He thinks he's off, and it's not the swing that Zelsis wanted. Trent capitalizes on another round for G2 as they get 11.
Big shots coming out from Baby Bay, saving that round for G2. But Trent is that big opener. Look at that shot there onto Zeppa. The biggest thing that he had too was a setup on the pulse plant. The util's amazing for Trent again. Even had the Nightfall to push out towards the spawn to try to counter the showstopper. But it just gave G2 all the info of where the flood was coming back from. It was coming from heaven instead of the waterfall, so it got everybody ready to fight on the top of that C site and forcing that second time out of C9. None used yet for G2, sitting very comfortably here in their game plan. As Valyn was mentioning here before with Zoe. And it doesn't matter here who really steps up to the plate for C9, who they bring in. Just gotta trust their own game plan, and it's working so far.
The util just timeline of Paranoia 3 into Oxy's all into Vines, so he has to fire it into the that blows my mind. The fact that they have an answer for that going into the low buy round, they're thinking of everything on the side of G2.
Yeah, great heads up stuff too. That's basically understanding the state of what they're up against.
Yeah.
Especially the util we were talking about when they were using to scale towards that B site. It's just always very clean in terms of execs here. Josh RT always been very good in drilling good utility for the team. Remember, back to like the Breach Tejo meta, a little bit easier, of course, in terms of utility to give Jogimo some space.
Yeah.
But this time around, they're still doing some great stuff for G2 to allow Jogimo to get that space. Even though he's not putting it up for the numbers, it's the space that's important right now to allow G2 to scale behind and win these post-plant scenarios on their attack.
Expecting C9 to get a little aggressive after these timeouts. Wall placed back towards mid.
What I'd like to see from this round as well is a heads-up call for C9 to be more aggro on the A line. Because you have the pit on C, and I'm pretty sure Oxy inside B heard the wall being placed by BBB in the front of that B site. So you have to find a little bit of space right now and try to punish G2.
Double clear on front B. Yeah, pop the wall, make G2 sweat a little bit. Probably won't care with their movement. Easy check by Trent as he comes back. So we're just resetting for what looks like C. Try to cook through this pit.
And C9 still think it's A because they haven't fought for info on Rubble at the beginning of this round. They probably think, okay, we baited the wall, we still have a pit on C, so they're probably gonna try to walk contact into the A site. So this is why you have this fake TP going in. You're forcing rotates out towards the spawn. And then you're just gonna go for the full exec into the C site.
Oh my God, you see how uncomfortable this is making Zelsis? He already walked out of his pit twice. Now they TP in. Could still get work with the Classic here. He's done a good job to keep himself hidden. But they're already out of it. They're not taking damage. Backside sight. Zelsis, oh, he can't find one. Jogamo snaps up with 2 HP left. They're in sight. Limping around for him, but he's still going to try to take a forward position here with 15 seconds left. They got to get the spike. Then he gets another one, and he's going to ult. That one doesn't come up. Trent already finalizes the kill he had his eyes on. Jog falls, and Note has to sign his name on this one. Trent keeping it ducked. This is going to be the round. It's Trent again! A 3K for G2 and game point on the first map.
Dropping a 20 bomb for G2 as well. And in different occasions, the Young Guns had to step up on a 1v1 against veterans here for G2. Unfortunately, falls short one more time. And just as I talked about Jogimo, always finding space but not getting too many kills, man, did he open up that C site this time around for G2. And that's the issue of C9 not finding that information early in the round, giving too much space on that B and A line. That it kind of caught Zelsis off guard on that C site, and everybody else was way too late on a rotate.
Oh. They have been so prepared for anybody to be jumping on that rock anywhere around Rubble at the beginning of this rounds, whether G2 is on offense or defense. The door opens. It's going to be a party in the tree room. And Oxy greets everybody right at the front step. 2 for him already. They're going to get seized, but the follow-up's going to be tough on this. They're just looking for how many they could have got eyes on for that tether. And Leaf knows he can get one with a quick peek.
Yep, and especially with the lurk now from Baby Bay in front of that B side, easy rotate over to B for the plant.
Clear pit. Oh, that's quite a bit of damage you're going to receive trying to traverse that. So forced around all the way to spawn here. And Leaf has a good idea of anybody that comes through.
And that's nice. He dodged even the boom bot, so he's able to stay inside that pit to keep it up. And another lurk from Baby Bay.
Oh my God! G2 has had the moments on map 1 and the momentum. C9's really going to have to buck back for map 2. They chose the split. It's going to be a good one, but man, what a first map we just got.
And what a time for Baby Bay to even go for the lurk on the last kill or the last 3 kills to win that first map. Never really seen that lurk come through yet, and they still always have something else up their sleeve for G2 to get that first map. So definitely a tough look for C9 on the first map of the series, but it kind of just made sense. You're playing Lotus, you lost 1-13 against Loud, you bring in a new player, the jitters are there, but at least you're able to move and still have split in your veto for C9, a map where they've been undefeated so far in this stage.
Absolutely, we're seeing that firepower and those glimpses from C9. It's just got to come together and align with what they're trying to put together, and I think we get a much better split. We're going to head over there right after this break. Don't go anywhere. VCT Americas back after this.
A nasty offline. Oh my goodness, what? In a split second, he finds connection.
Back to that A lobby take.
Just, oh my God, what a shot. All of a sudden, Luke Show steps forward to knock out Vic, and it's Zeppa. Zeppa needs an ace to stop this map running away, and he will find it.
Map 1 done with a dub. Now, however, C9 is going to take you to split. You're currently 0-2 on that map. Is this one of those maps that you had to revisit comp-wise? And when I say comp-wise, I really just mean harbor-wise.
Yeah, for sure. We kind of went back to the basics. We worked on it hard in this is we know it's going to be a challenge because C9's basically undefeated in this split, on split. So yeah, it's time to put our split to the test now.
Have you guys given up on Harbor? Like, let's be real.
Maybe not all maps. Yeah.
He's half given up. He's on the back burner for now.
I think it needs like one more buff. Yeah.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Best of luck him up too.
We're almost there for Harbor mains, that is. Of course, though, for G2, they managed to pick up the win on their map pick, and now they find themselves just one more map win away from locking in a playoff spot. So let's go ahead and dive into what we saw in that game, because I think at the top, the bit that sticks out to me is, you know, we were hoping to see a little bit more output from the new additions of the squad, but it's still first game, lots to work through for the squad, completely understandable for C9. But G2, they needed to be clean here, Myrna, and I think they look incredibly spotless.
Yeah, they had to be pretty decisive with every single step that they took in this game, because they want to close it out as fast as possible to qualify for that playoff spot. And I think especially versus C9, since the last time they played this map, they got 13 wins. They actually stepped up. 13-6 is a pretty good score. A little bit of improvement, especially with two new players. I think it was good.
Yeah.
And it's also a map where G2 was able to win both of the pistols. So that is something that for Cloud9, it does suck a little bit, because it makes you wonder what would have been if we had a little bit more momentum going. They changed the composition. They go for this Viper as well, with Celsius playing it. But again, it felt like they just couldn't really get things going the way that they wanted to. They had some cool approaches in the way that Oxy wanted to play. But I was surprised that in a lot of the rounds, he was kind of playing by himself. Sometimes the only support that he was getting was a fade eye towards the beginning. When he was on defense, he would push by himself and sometimes get a one and done, and that's about it.
He still has the old Zeppa following him around mindset with the double duelist pushing into spawn on post plants.
He was getting a couple kills. He was finding some success here. Speaking of those success, we did see a decent performance again from Jack. The guy has been a constant as far as the performance he's had so far. He has been consistent. That's exactly what you like to see. But then on the other side, you know, just the fact that Trent was just an absolute demon in that game.
Dude, this guy had 3Ks this game and 2 different 1v1s that he won to clutch out. And I think in general, just the way that Trent was playing was really well done. There was so much with his positioning, his util, being able to anchor on site, especially when he's playing that weak side, especially with Baby Bay on the Vice. Just felt like they couldn't get past any of the choke points because of Trent.
Yeah, he was incredible, and I feel like sometimes from the beginning of a series, you know when Trent is just going to have a good day, and it felt like this was
like
absolutely
right off
the
the
case.
bat.
Yeah,
he hit a couple of those sheriff kills. I was like, oh, it's gonna be a day for him. At least this map.
Yeah, they take turns sometimes. Sometimes it's Valyn who's popping off a lot. Sometimes it's Leaf. But this one for Trent, and the way that he was playing, how proactive he was with the rest of the team, and like you said, not letting the side of Cloud9 make it past those choke points was great, and was what they needed to do. They needed to be always one step ahead, and they got it.
I think sometimes too, when we have one of these players that we like to highlight, they tend to do really good on one side, and on the other side start to slow down. But he actually was insane on both halves. Like on that attack side too, in a lot of those post plants, he was the reason they were getting those multi-kills and being able to even get on site in the first place, alongside obviously taking the site with Jagamo. So really well played by them. And of course, Jack keeping up, even though that was a 13-6 game, he still managed to end pretty positive, I think.
You know, like, of course, I'm sure they would have liked to have been able to pick up the win, maybe even get a couple more rounds there. But hey, you got to dust that off, move forward, because coming up next is a good one for Cloud9. It's Split. Now, for those of you who aren't keeping tabs at home, Cloud9, correct me if I'm wrong here, 3-0 right now on this map. I believe they're undefeated.
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
In stage 1. So this is a good situation for C9, Dryad. If you are a C9 fan, you want to see your boys push to a map 3. One could argue this is the best chance they have to do so, but we know G2 might have some different plans.
It's a different story, and I think it's all going to depend on what the compositions are going to look like. Yeah. We already saw a change on the side of Cloud9 on this first map of Lotus. I'm wondering if it's going to be the same, especially with the new additions, but also on the other side for G2, this is one of those maps where they were getting a little bit more experimental, and based on what we just heard from Josh RT, I don't think it's going to be the same, so it should be potentially new surprises for both.
Yeah, I think the Harbor for me on Split was the biggest kind of red flag for G2's gameplay, and for me, I really didn't like it. But I also think on the other side with C9, with the double duelist, it worked really well. I liked seeing Oxy and Zeppa kind of following, especially on Split. So for this, I wouldn't mind seeing it be the same comp, but also now with that new addition, they've already changed their Lotus comp. Maybe they'll change this one too. So I'm not really sure, but definitely G2.
Well, I'm more curious on the fact that there is you got 2 new players that are coming into this, so you need them to kind of follow through on whatever the plans were, the strategies were for Split. So C9, don't get me wrong, like they have great statistics on this map for sure, right? But you still have some new variables coming into this one, right?
Yeah, and what I'm really interested on is seeing how the controllers are going to play out, if the compositions are going to change, because Vic used to be such a clutcher on this map in specific, but that's not necessarily the style that we're seeing for Cloud9 right now. So that is really going to depend on how the rounds are going to be closed.
Yeah, no, that's right. Now for more on Cloud9, let's actually see what's up with Coach Imi standing by for map 2.
I mean, you guys obviously fighting an uphill battle, 2 new pieces to, you know, get acclimated to the roster and the system. What did you hear in map 1 and what did you see in map 1 that you liked from your new players, and what do you want to have them focus on in map 2?
We've been working on them with calm comms and giving ideas, and I feel like we did that. I feel like, I might be wrong until I watch it back, but I feel like it was one of the best maps we've played macro-wise in a while. If we would have converted both pistols, I think it would have went much better.
You're going to be confident on Split, so best of luck.
And there you heard Coach Imi talking about those comms, how things are sounding. That is a big question mark, right? How are these players going to be integrated into the team?
Yeah, I think a lot of the team play going into how they set themselves up for success for C9 is going to be really important. We talked a little bit about how Oxy was pushing into spawn with that aggressive post spawn. I think that's a good start, but of course the problem was there was no one there behind him to support him other than the util. So I think from Jack, it's pretty good having that support with the Fade utility, but they really need to figure out how aggressive that they want to be in those posts.
Great points there, of course. Riven Van Silly are going to have you guys back when we come back from map 2. But don't forget, G2 picks up the win here. They lock in a playoff spot. C9 still fighting for that map 3. Find out how it all unfolds after this.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We get set up for split between G2 and Cloud9. Now moving on to Cloud9's map pick, as the desk was talking about. You mentioned it before as well, Vans. One of their more favorite picks coming through throughout the stage 1. But I mean, G2 is going to be hungry to make it one of their least favorite after this one.
Yeah, and it's been teased as well by Josh RT. But Zoe, right? Are we going to see the Harbor again on split? Maybe, maybe not. So we'll have to see what G2 is going to come up with. And it's surprising for me too. I mean, you're playing against C9, who's only had results on split pretty much in all of their games. All right, remember I talked about it, undefeated in this stage 1, but also being 50-50, being 1-1 on Breeze. So G2 feels like they want to test out a new comp as we don't see the Harbor anymore, and they want to make sure here that they are able to test their map pool, and especially against a good team like Cloud9 on this map. It'll be a great litmus test, because you win this one here, you guarantee a spot to playoffs, and you guarantee too that the changes that you make for this composition will work out for the playoffs.
Giving themselves quite a few options here with a bit more util and just the Find and Sentinel utility area. Double duelist for C9, as we said. They got to use it though. They got to go aggressive. Let's see him pressuring what G2 has to defend with as we get on to this split. If it's their best, they got to show us why.
Great, and for C9, they talked about it on their podcast too, that, you know, split is a map that they know how to play, that they're going to play it very well. Although the 2 out of the 3 victories that they've gotten on split, one had to go to overtime, one was decided on the last round of regulation for them to get their victories. So when it comes down to at least the macro and understanding how to move around the map, it's good. But when it comes down to the scrappy fights, it could always be anybody scenario to be able to win, especially now that you're playing against G2. That has serious firepower across the board. It's not going to be a walk in the park here for Cloud9 for the second map, despite you being undefeated in this one. So we'll see how this pans out. Again, hopefully going into the second map, Note a little bit more comfortable in the role, a little bit more comfortable in this team, and also on the stage. While for C9, switching away from the Sky and Jack coming in as of Fade from last week has given him a lot of good results to help out to have a dominating win over Loud last week. They're hoping to do the same thing against G2 right now.
Keep those dreams alive. Spike's going to be down here to start for C9. This is just an educate themselves on what's going on around the map strat to start. See if G2 is going to be doing any pushing. And already heavy coverage towards that mid side to protect each other.
Yeah, for G2, they weren't afraid of being two players to fight out towards that front middle side. Now you orbit up, though, to just set up the crossfire instead into the mid round. C9 looking to make some noise towards this A site first.
Double Prowler. So they're committed now, at least to leave Oxy here. This is a big insert. So Util found. They like that they found the Vice here too. Spike's going to get picked up as they rock back across by Jack. And they'll have a free B to start off here.
That's the thing. If they do start executing towards that C site, the best thing G2 could do right now is just to punish Oxy over on A. Making sure they're not going to get backstabbed. Boombot sees him first, and he's forced to fall back, but there's still an insert on top middle. Nice entry by Zelsis.
Zelsis usually plays mid as well. Other teams he's been on, so he knows what to do in there. Trent quickly cleans him up. And they're getting squeezed harder. C9 still can't get the spike down. Reminiscent of Lotus already. His pistol could go the way of G2. They quickly clean up the members of Cloud9 who are scrambling to find the 1v1s. There are too many members of G2 here. 1 HP left, and that's going to be enough for Jogamo to get a quick cleanup on Zeppa. What a rotation back over after Oxy was giving him such trouble on ramp.
Exactly, that's quick comms for G2 as well, because you saw at the beginning where Jogamo went for the Boombot and it spotted Oxy. He said, screw it, I'm just going to move over to the B site, try to stall here towards this B site as well, and give that responsibility over to Baby Bay to stay towards A, to fight against Oxy if he needs to. And he gets these kills and also gets a second one, which allows him a second set of nades. Playing like it's Ray's beta. And then C9 couldn't get the plant down after all, so it becomes a really clean round for G2. It almost worked out, but we were a little bit too slow for C9 to execute from the mid round into the exec on that B site.
Even in the play, Jog and Zeppa both got 3 ult points there, so that's a 4th now for Zeppa, trying to tip the scales of when they might get that to change around. Baby Bay says, thank you. Vents are on lockdown. He's on holiday over here. 4-0.
Dre's definitely got the family buff right now from the crowd.
Backs off of that. He's going to get a bit of Jog and Valyn buff, too, to give him some help on that. A quick round. Only 1 lost in Trent there, and they'll pick up some more weapons to keep the economy good.
And that's 2 rounds of no plants, rather. At least we get some orbs up. And look at that stall, man. That flash on the top 2. No value for Moxie on the slide. The Razor Vines continue to be a pain point.
Okay, done.
It almost reminds me a little bit of the FURIA game against Crew, where Alim could really move at all on Lotus on that Neon. This time, you're disintegrating the value of the Neon slide on the top of the vents. It's a different setup, too, for having Baby Bay's responsibility to watch on the top of mid instead of setting up an anchor Vice player on the A site that we see Brock do a lot here for Energy. So I'm liking this little new setup here for G2. Almost looks like a basic comp, but the way that they're setting things up is new for us to learn.
I just want to walk up, get Oxy into a fight for this. A nice push on A gives G2 the knowledge that they don't have to take this mid fight. They have a bit of control now that could take down Celsius. He swings himself to safety and delays, but he does get the info on 2. So it's how C9 pushes and pulls this now.
Jaw picked up the orb. Now the players on the A side are kind of pinched, though. So they have to come up with some big fights here.
Little inserts could really pay off in the audio area if they start hearing these rotations, and they should actually hear Baby Bay heading over. Oh, they both know who's going to peek first, though. It doesn't look like anybody playing it safe on both sides. 30 seconds left in the round, and they don't have info on who's covering these sites, really. They know who's in mid, but not who's going to be in the air.
You definitely don't have map control here for C9.
No.
G2 is letting them walk into a B-side crossfire.
Relay gets him a little bit of space, but they're still having to search out. That's Oxy's job, being a personal sentinel for the team, going in and finding things. And now it's going to be the plant. Always a lot of damage that G2 does to whittle C9 down to make these post plants that much harder.
Got to wait for Joggermo to meet up with the team here. has one satchel that they could probably utilize after a flash from the gain some space on New Box.
Whoa. Playing in there. The circus act of G2 jumping around, but C9 still has the aim on lock. Can't get one. Tries to displace with the bite. Oh, he plays the corner, gets the model kill on one, and Leif gets the second one when he never should have.
A nice little 1v2 with the Red Bull clutch there for Leaf. Snake bite to keep them aside, forcing the footsteps as well from the player moving forward, which I think was Oxy too. So he isolates the fight. Gets the wall bang on the first, and then just understood where the second one was moving because they were trying to play the high-low. Very nice by Leaf. It all came down from great fights over on that B site too to make this very possible for Leaf to be able to win that round.
Come on!
And that's a bonus round converted for G2.
Jeez. That Red Bull clutch coming in huge for Leaf there. And the rest of G2 to feel confidence. Oxy's on the slide and Bucky right now, Job. We'll see if they can get some space here on ramp so they can get into vents and make this feel weird.
And G2 is going to keep C9 guessing. Wall's in a different spot. Razorfine's in a different spot. The pushing from G2 is in different lanes as well, so C9 are in for a heat.
Almost got it controlled. Babybay still with the transfers going into split now. That's going to be a Phantom up in heaven. How can they reset this?
They really can't. Because of this push, you know that they're kind of into this A heaven side, and Valyn just has to play it passive.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, almost get the third. Noted has time to pick up a Phantom. Just 8 bullets in there, though. And they're, G2 feels so confident. Just keep walking around. They'll take the ones. It doesn't matter. They're eventually going to find them. And Jog is going to be the first one to have a chance at it. 4-0 now for G2.
And the only thing that really stayed the same in terms of G2's setup was the Viper wall down towards middle, right? So as that continues to go up and down, you're not only blocking the lanes and visions here from the Robin shot, but also trying to delay here the fast pushes you can potentially get from C9 from the Raze and Neon on the top of the A ramp. So it's nice here, the setups, like I'm saying before. It's just the positioning around how G2 peons himself around the map. Looks like this time it's a B-side wall for Babybay. While still anchoring on top of mid, they set up a crossfire on that spot, but C9, they want to change the tempo a bit, being a little bit more quick on that A side.
Whoa. Both are going to try to meet the fight. Let's see how they're calming this fight right here on C9 side.
Advance. Can you pick with me?
Yeah, 1 second. No, I can.
3, 2, 1.
I
got wall for you guys again.
I got wall for you.
Good, okay.
They're taking heaven, or taking heaven again.
Down mid, sewer. Running away, going back mid.
Yeah, they're gonna come back B. They might just have to go mid, fight us. Yeah, I don't think kill's gone mid.
Honestly, you guys look for a kill with Jack. If Jack doesn't get it, then you guys just save, I think.
Yeah.
Just 2 over your 1.
So you see the game plan in the mid round. Just try to walk contact, the walk glitch, as some watch partiers would like to say. Jack gets a pick, it's good. They execute off that, and they trade off onto the site. If not, it's a save, and they're trying to figure things out. I mean, now you're forcing themselves to make a little bit more noise here.
30 seconds left.
Because you don't know where G2 set up.
Yeah.
Where are you?
And they're not going to give up a kill in this situation either. Nobody's even really moving unless it's across their back defensive line. Babybay may be the first one to find a fight. It's 11 HP, an easy takedown onto Oxy, and now that's the call from Zelsis. Jack did not find one. We're going to save.
Jack couldn't find one. Oxy instant dies, so whoever dies, you want to keep these 2 rifles for the next, but the ropes were definitely heard by Babybay, so he's going to potentially try to help out or force the fight to not allow C9 to save, but decides to pull back and set towards the A-ramp. So those 2 rifles from the 2 new players going into C9 will be carried over into the next round. Look at the dodging across. It's like a little pit for them to fight it with the showstoppers too. Hard to get contact and value out of it from both of them.
And after the chaos on the other side, they're not staying in sight when they know they can get an advantage. You have people pushing into mid, the walls are coming up, going down, you really don't know what's going on. And somehow G2 is always on the other side, ready to take a 1 or a 2, stop the fight. They seem to have an answer for everything here. C9 decently close to quite a few pips on those ultimates, 1 or 2 away on a few. Has to be a way that they turn this one around. G2 with 5 already on the defensive side and really looking comfortable.
Remember, this is 5 rounds now played by C9's camp on the attack side, where I don't really think that they've figured out where the Vice Wall is yet. So coming out of this timeout, there's not a real protocol that you could do to say, step 1, let's bait the wall and let's try to see if it can work a mid-round here for Cloud9. Because it's always set up in different areas.
Yeah, I mean, Oxy was able to hit it first round, but that was himself kind of playing around it. They didn't really need to worry. Now, like you said, it's just a game of where could it be, as Baby Bay is using a choose-your-own-adventure book to figure out where to place it next.
And because C9 haven't really pressured the B side outside of the pistol round 2 with the Viper wall, with the lurk up, they don't really know what type of defense line we have on that B site, and seems like G2 already understands that. They're now putting 3 players out there to start. Well, hopefully here for C9, they have the weaponry to trade, the skills to trade too.
Last round, Zelsa's played, I wouldn't say the old, but the Viper Orb over the top to kind of feint. If you could walk in, bring it up right outside B main, throws it over the top of the lineup. So I think they were trying to get Zelsis on another push through here with this aggression. Looks like both teams will have to back up before anything happens, though.
Trade out a little bit of util, though, but C9 will have to be wary of the presence of G2. 2 players that were working that side first. Although when the Prowler came out, I think only 1 person shot, and unfortunately we're going on a mission and it gets punished right away by Leaf.
Kind of testing the waters a little bit. G2 is still looking at the angles. They're not playing as safe as you would expect. Trent peeking a bit towards that top side, but Paranoia just misses.
Yeah, slightly hit him, but the Prowler falls and gets the info still.
Chaff. G2 instantly looking straight up. Nothing is even them throwing him off guard right now. Nope. Thinks he gets the call to back up and save this Vandal because it is just ground being gained right now. Seems so hard. If C9 get it, they've lost half of their health or a member getting in. G2 are giving nothing for free.
Yeah. And that was just simple utility being thrown by Trent that really stalled the 2 attempts of C9 to take B heaven control. First one being the seizing all 3 players inside male, and as they try to go up with the Paranoia pinch, the Paranoia play from Note, then it gets stopped by a Prowler, and you have a double crossfire setup from Hell.
It's good too. Valyn's able to clean it up for 6.
Yeah, get comfortable in it. Having 2 players rush down against you, and you're able to take 2 down for your side, and it almost seems, before we got onto this replay here, that a force fight came through. Note went instantly for a Vandal with small shield, so I wonder here if Cloud9 are starting to look and feel desperate in the second map.
Especially with rounds, so many going out the defensive side. Pistols not going their way, and well, there are kind of macroing back and forth. G2 seems to be able to stall that, even if C9 have the read to get there in time. Zeppa's going to go fast on this. Got to use that double duelist to effect now, and they're going to try to pinch from both sides. Oxy coming up, very active for C9, and a wall is going to put a pause on everything for just a moment.
The thing is that it pauses them there, and they're trying to move up on male. There's still 2 guys on the top of B heaven.
Yeah.
So you had to force the fight now to A.
The jump out, but the swings weren't there. Leaf gets another one. It's just slightly mistimed, and G2 are able to take it every time.
Too much Sol coming in here for G2. Oh, I was going to say, give me that 6-7 peak.
Oh my God.
But Trent doesn't need the help, moves up and picks up the last one, and it's 7-0 now for G2. The stall that I want to talk about is, one, we figure out where the wall is at. A couple of them got trapped, and you see what they're trying to do here for G2.
Yeah.
Wall gets procced up. You could actually razor vines there. You could snake bite with nades to really not allow your opponents to take A heaven control. And if you actually give up that space a little bit here, and you think you have it for your opponents, for C9, for example, you still have the crossfire set up from back spawn, from lower sight.
Yeah. Yeah, Leaf wasn't even really involved in that for the most part, and they still had the anchor in sight.
And you're always seeing like these instant ping pong swings coming out from G2 and from so many angles that C9 doesn't really know where to look yet. So they're still learning round after round on how they can really break the defense of G2.
Zelsis looks like he's in position for a lineup, so they're going to hit the site when Nightfall comes through. Good kill on Valyn already, so retake smokes are gone. They're set up, get the spike down. They're using everything. They're still denied off the plant to start. They're afraid of where Jog could be, and he's actually going down on the other side.
Yeah, finally lost the fight there.
Finally. Okay, Trent. Uh-oh, Leaf gets another one.
Trent has Nightfall.
Dropping in. Oh, jumps over. Hopscotch is one. Jack and Zelsis are able to clean up the last few kills, and that's one coming in for Cloud9. A very much needed round to stop the bleeding.
We'll have to see how Leaf died here on that 2 versus 4 for G2, because they were looking to win some individual fights from Trent first. But as soon as Trent was able to initiate the Nightfall, engage the Nightfall, Leaf instantly died towards the spawn. Yeah, there you go. He was showing himself a bit. Not waiting for the Nightfall to come down for the Tetanus to come through, and then after Leaf falls down, it doesn't give a chance here for Trent to really move into the site to win that 1 versus 2 inside that pit. So C9 finally on the board, and it took some heroic efforts and an entry from Oxy with the overdrive to give him a chance.
Absolutely. Got 5 kills across quite a few people for C9, so everybody getting their hand in the pie there to make sure these rounds work. Baby Bay is going to throw himself right into sight there with Valyn for extra protection. Awesome help for those two. Oh. C9, they're trying to look for the kills. There's a cleanup onto Valyn and Jog. Zelsis found mid. They're expecting these transfers to be everywhere. Oxy gets 4 to his name on that. Quickly picks up the kills we were looking for. If you're a C9 fan, and it's looking good for them now as they're surging a bit.
Yeah, and the first time that G2 pulls out an operator and they get no value out of it because you had a quick hit coming out from Cloud9. There's some great stalls from the BB to start, but after that, when they're trying to coordinate a fight from bottom hell into the new box, Oxy was just ready. Nice little 4K coming out from the duelist of Cloud9. Although 7 rounds won in a row here for G2, they still have one more wave of full buy that you have, potentially even a mixed buy going to the next round for Valyn, Trent, and Baby Bay. The good news, at least for C9, with the last 2 rounds that they won, they also nullified some big ults out from the side of G2. No pit, no Nightfall this time around too, but Joggimo's 1 away from the showstopper, and they're already going for that control. He has it now. And he's going to meet up with the rest of the team to fight back against the mid control from C9.
See if they try to prep this out of him. Made quite a bit of noise through mid, and that's a dangerous spot to go, knowing there is that rocket on the other side. Well, Jog actually gives up his position as Baby gets one from Mailroom. A second, no. Oxy able to trade this, but the spike is down. They start moving forward. They don't have control of where they really want to take this just yet, but they are getting the kills that matter. Now they have a decision. Heading towards A, 3 strong on that side, but they're going to have to get Zelsis here ASAP. Vans. This shouldn't happen, right? They're still delaying the spike with only 1 person in sight, and there's a few members of C9 that should be able to stop this. Fancilly! Jogimo cleans up 3, and he's looking for the 4th. It just never ends. C9 can't get that spike down. G2 always find a way to stall it, and they've had an answer across both maps, it seems.
And Zelsis has no time. He has to drop to make noise to pick up the spike. Prowler even in front of his face.
That's just absurd, man. 4 kills for Jogimo. Alone in sight and sits C9 down.
And good heads-up play by Jogimo, too. Just hears a noise from Oxy, just jumping all the way from B Heaven, called by Trent, moving to the A site for a plant. You know he's going to try to plant for Heaven, too, so what does he do? He isolates the first one, thinking somebody's going to swing out from A ramp. And because they don't talk to each other for C9, Zelsis gets caught as he turns around the corner. Here's the drop from the second player, and then could just win that fight on a double swing that wasn't as coordinated for C9. That was great for G2. Just C9 feeling the pressure of the time squeezing. It's forcing them to hand and forcing them into errors.
And it looked like they were just getting the momentum. Oxy sliding in, making the plays. And that's a regen shield for Jog. He's going to be back up to what he purchased, so he gets the info there, and it works in his favor.
I still like the start from C9 in that round, though. Well, hold that thought, though, as Celsius opens up 2 on the 8 side.
First time he activates alone up the ramp. It's just been a sit and wait to see if G2 push. A little bit of life here. The aggression and proactivity coming out of C9 hits the mark for round 11. They're still stalled, and this has been the bane of their existence here on both maps. A shot to the face of Baby Bay from Zeppa's rocket, and the showstopper clears the site for a plant.
That might be a save here for the last 2 players. Leaf has no money. Valyn only has 900 to his name. Yep, Trent's already spotted and holding rather towards spawn on the attacker side. So it gives us a little bit of a time to talk about the opening that I like from Cloud9. With the amount of times that we're pulling up this wall up and down for the defensive line here from the Viper, they actually stayed out in the open and waited for the wall to come down and just focus on that right side, where when the wall comes down, the jiggle still comes out for G2 to find information from top mid into Ramen. So you're kind of just jiggling out, catches him a bit, and it forces then Jogama to fall back onto Vent side. Feeling the pressure for G2 on that spot, Celsius finds his timing on the top of that A ramp and lines up 2 kills. But there was a moment there that C9 could really punish on that jiggle peak on the top mid.
I'll find you.
Gives a chance for G2 to understand that going to the last round of the first half.
Don't want to mess with Trent too much more. Like you said, that last round, very much needed pullback for C9 here. A clean reset for Celsius. Oh, that's something we haven't seen, kind of the combo of the neon rays being used together. If we see like a Mata or a different neon kind of jumping in, being the eyes like a drone, and to come back, really feeding each other the kills and just confirming that. Like I said, everybody though, getting their hand in the kill column for C9 as they get a few rounds in their favor and start to come online themselves.
This time not playing out in the open to contest the wall when it comes down. They're just going to wait for it to come down and potentially prowler up to make sure nobody's walking down here for G2. And there you go. They clear out towards the top mid.
Almost twice. A lesson almost not learned there. And Baby Bay drops. Can he get out of sight is the question, though. C9 is still trying to find more to fight on this one, and Zeppa's going to go right into the vines to do so, knowing something needed to happen, something needed to change, but they can't follow up. The vines prevent the rest of the team from entering from B main. Oh, Baby Bay playing hopscotch over here. He's going to get another one. Oh, cleaned up by Note. Very nicely done by the new player on C9. And Jack as well here, going to get Celsius to come in from behind and try to get this round of 3.
It's up to Leaf and Trent again. This time no nades to stall here after the C's. Big haunt though, but couldn't get the kill as Leaf.
Trent on 1, can't get the next one, and C9 grab a very much needed 4th round here in the first half.
Great on C9 to start the bleeding as well. And it was off the back of more aggression and confidence out from Zeppa and Oxy. So he runs alone on the top, and then Zeppa walks in, wins a duel there. On to Jogama on the top, and that gave them a chance there to open into this site.
An 8-4 first half. This next pistol round will be crucial for Cloud9. We'll see how it goes when we come back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's time to get the second half underway as we head back into VCT Americas with G2 and C9. Like I said at the break, a very much needed pistol round ahead of C9 right here. It's been tough for both maps on that first round.
Exactly. Let's refresh what's at stake, right? G2 wins this map. They win the series, and they're guaranteed a spot to playoffs.
Yeah.
For Cloud9, even if they win this series, they're not guaranteed a spot to playoffs. So they really need to win this one right now for C9 to give themselves any chance. So getting those last 4 rounds out of 5 in the first half was super important. Needed some hero plays and the veterans to step up to the plate to get that done. First off, the lineup that we had from Zelsis for the 2K. Then we had the entry from Oxy for Zeppo the last 2 rounds with Showstopper combination, Neon ults as well. It really kept them in the game. But it took a while, though. We talked about it, too, right? A timeout that was called by IMI a little bit later on the first portion of that first half of like, crap, how the hell do we fight against this continuous revolving positions of G2 on a defense?
Where's the wall? Where's the util? We have time to find it before they even get shots off.
But now it's different for the attack side now. You can't really throw the same amount of surprises with this type of composition in my eyes for G2. So now C9 can really play into the comfort of the way that they mentioned on their podcast, that they know how to play this map now, right? So on the defense, it's going to help them out a little bit more because you're not going to be able to play some little funky walls unless G2 wants to try to do that by taking, for example, mid control and throwing walls at different spots. But that doesn't really give you true value and space.
Right, you can throw mid and they can just rotate spawn.
Exactly. And you're losing that gap on the info from spawn if you're not having somebody watching that gap that you left behind right from the wall. So I think this is going to be quite standard. What a comedian. What a comedian. He looks back at the crowd. Wait, nobody's laughing?
What's he doing in there? Oh, I guess it switched when they're on that side. Because I always remember him over here. Yeah. No waving? Oh.
Can I catch it?
That's dangerous.
No, don't do
that's
that.
dangerous. Don't throw that. Don't
Sorry.
throw that. We're getting a monitor fixed up. A monitor went out, and we are turning that back on. Because it's helpful to have that when you get in. What is he?
Especially a Samsung OLED monitor.
Oh, for Jack. Props for Jack. Zelsis. Putting him in the limelight.
Which is good. Again, right? You're trying to make them feel comfortable going onto the stage. Jack last week had to play into the small arena with no crowd.
Yep.
It was a more intimate setting, but it's a great also first step to ease himself onto the stage.
True.
Right? And Note needs the same thing right now. Yeah, what I like though is the vibes from Note though. He doesn't look like he's nervous or anything at all when I was watching him getting ready on the stage. He was in the range, having all the bots out and just spamming jet knives just to get his
I think he's enjoying himself. He's taking it in. He's just looked back.
Exactly.
He's like, what do I look like? Omen? I look good over Omen over there. All right, okay, I like that. Yeah. Both having fun on stage here. And we just saw Emmy too on screen. They were smiling. They're chatting. They know they have an idea here to try to get back in. It's whether or not they can make it work against a very hungry G2.
Hey, they have some sort of idea here, looking for a paranoia and maybe some aggro fights into B main off the contact. Sees nade.
Traded.
Paranoia hits.
It's a little separated.
Yep.
But stall is what they need. So they know there's a fade. They know there's Omen. They know there's a raise at B.
The thing is for G2, they haven't played a default for their pistol round either, so they can't really play some map control and inserts and finding their own timings on the mid side or A side of the map. Exactly. Leaf is watching for a push down.
Insta peeks. Great coverage by Trent and Valyn, though. The up-close Prowler grab was not on the person that they were able to get. And now G2 have full control after taunting C9 into a garage fight.
Retrieving flash. Thorns are alive.
Thing is, though, it's a high-low setup for C9, and it looks like Baby Bay recalled his flash. Unfortunately, Jack is going for the Prowler. I was going to say that could have been a really good high-low surprise factor for C9 on that second attempt of a hit from G2 towards that B site. But the Prowler hesitates the attack side of G2. It's up to Leaf to look for an entry.
Zelsis turns, but Leaf has the timing to get back into the site, and Pistol is all but secured here unless Oxy can slide across the finish line against both Leaf and Valyn.
He's got the util, and he has a bandit to work with as well.
This would be huge. This is the reason they picked this guy up for Cloud9. He's going to be able to find the back of one, and oh, Leaf still able to snap his head off. Not like this.
Not enough damage, unfortunately, with the Bandit. Missing a couple of these shots, and Amy was talking about it, needing to convert some pistol rounds going into their map pick, but unfortunately, they are now 0-4 in a series on pistols for Cloud9. Very similar scorelines as the first half here. This puts G2 in a very comfortable spot to instantly get to double digits.
Isolate and exterminate.
This for Cloud9, the call. Are you going to try to go for a force buy and try to get the surprise factor? And the surprise factor is the classic walk-up instead with a stack.
Nice identification here by Oxy team. Oh, they still get a good amount of space on it.
Look at his smile. Look at his smile after. You did that to me on pistol. I got you, bro. I got you.
Got you this time. It's always harder when they're not looking at you, right?
Yep.
As we can say. Quick plant. And this is going to be an interesting timing. They might get one more very quick off of this because of how weird this retake might be, but the wall will.
Exactly. That's the annoying thing. The pesky Vice wall. That will sound the alarm for G2 to get ready for the post plant. They still have paint shells on top of that, but actually Joggermo's a little bit too far away to help out the stall. That push in.
There's Util they're trying to dump. Oh. Getting these plants down without backside control is always so scary, but they're going to do it. And G2 is going to wreak havoc. They knew they could with the patience and just setting it up. Stingers galore. Picking up that round 10-4 here for G2.
And they're really hoping here for C9 after a tap that G2 would start scrambling and rushing in to prevent that defuse from happening and scaling back in different areas of that map on the over on B. But elevation, they had the post plant. There's no reason to really move in right now for G2. They saw the whole scenario unfold from Baby Bay on top of the perch. Is Trent mad because he couldn't get any kills that round?
Maybe.
Leave me some.
He's like, come on, guys. He's at double digits.
Definitely has a chance to get some now, though, as here's the Guardian to work with. A slow round for G2 as C9's on their bye.
Good identification down towards A. C9 is trying to stay very aware of what's going on. A little active while also a little defensive. Looks like we'll get a rotation out of Zalsis here as he thinks his play is actually just a fake towards this A side.
And pistol round before was G2 getting a little bit of map control, trying to make some noise and have Leaf go for the pincer. But this time he's spotted by the Prowler and he's forced to fall back. And that's going to change the style of G2 here in the mid round as we get a 1-for-1 trade on the top of B Heaven.
G2 instantly walking forward to pick up that gun. Let's see what their win condition is on this round.
Native B Heaven. We go ropes. Stay. Heard. We got a peek sight. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Keep walking. You're good. Can't push that, man. Yeah, I think it's fade. Ready? Let's start walking. 3, 2, 1. They just clear spawn if this is the time. Ready? Do we have anything for this? We're just drop.
30
3,
seconds
2,
left.
1. Yep, we're good. Maybe playing the trench. 20 seconds, boys. 3, 2, 1. I'm clear ramp with this. Flashing out Heaven.
Not ready yet.
Felt like I was watching a kid show, learning how to count. But G2 gets into the site for a plant. It works out. Very passive plays from Cloud9 as they're looking for the Flood retake. Oxy does have a Judge, though, to work with, so that's going to help them for that retake.
Oh, they're trying to get in some funky positions. Just make it feel weird. Everybody from the same spot coming in off of a paranoia that is towards elbow. And Oxy's in. Valyn receives the first with a Judge, and it's going to be laying down a verdict as Jack also comes in for a kill. C9's able to sweep a few off the site, and it just leaves Leaf. But that's a scary Leaf. Floating around on the side, and he's still able to lock down 2. A third one above, but Note's there. And he's able to sign off on that one. Yo, here this is going to be, is there enough ink in the pen? Oh, 2.24, Cloud9. Keep G2 off 11 rounds. What a clutch.
Signed and sealed when you're playing a 1v1 against Leaf. And also, Leaf almost had the surprise factor somehow, even if his position is given away towards Hell. He stayed tucked in, forced the hand out of Note to push all the way out. Right over here, could have won that fight. Ooh. You saw how a couple of the shots missed. And thankfully, it was just enough time for Note to move in to win that 1v1.
Why are you peeking? Because he's hungry. He knows what he needs to do.
They did some good damage on the bonus round for G2. So drop in 4. Getting also a plant. But the Outlaw's not going to do too much here. As you can see, full shields across the board for C9. Well, I'll do some assists. Not even. Jogimo gets the full kill.
Just straight through. Realizing they could find a fight on ramp, they are deathballing on this. It makes sense with the amount they're able to cover each other and just the aim prowess they've had throughout the series. Valyn finds Zelsis looking for a cheeky kill up in heaven.
Spotted Zelsis, or Zeppa, sorry, for G2 as they're moving in for the plant. Looks like they were looking to engage towards screen in the first place, but instantly, look at that, C9 deciding to fall back and save. This is where it gets dangerous too, because you had full shields in this current round against the Outlaw, but now going to the next round, 2 of them, 3 of them are going to be one-shottable as well. Might have to force a armor buy for Jack to upgrade into the next round, and that will put him at 0 credits in the next round too. So good on G2 to change the tempo in their round.
They keep money. I mean, when C9 is getting the wins, it might work in their favor that they're so bloody, right? All the G2 members go down. They're not forcing anything else, but C9's also losing their members, so the buys become harder, and G2 just feels more comfortable.
Yeah.
I'll choke their sight.
It's interesting too, if you're looking at what I was mentioning going into the second half, strange walls that shouldn't happen here for Baby Bay as he's playing on that Vice.
He's the mid one.
Yeah. 2 rounds ago when they're taking full mid control, places the wall on the top of vents. That previous round, he actually placed the wall inside sewers so that it actually gets early information on anybody rotating out from sewers, but it also gives a gap from anybody rotating out towards the spawn. So for G2's approach, they just feel like there's not going to be any type of aggressive pushes. Timing's being found by C9 from 1B line all the way through spawn towards A. So it looks like they do have some sort of theory around how they want to place these walls and play around the Vice walls on the attack, after all. The last timeout now for C9. Again, playoff opportunity on the line for Cloud9 too. They desperately need this dub.
Felt comfortable on split too. But I think also G2 felt comfortable coming in with what they were going to face and how much they've been refining over the past few weeks. 11-5. C9 looking to strike back after this timeout. The buys are there. Celsius back and forth, just deciding Judge or Bulldog, and he's going to go Bulldog on this one. A little far away from the pit, so Judge may not be as effective, and Oxy will actually take it. So they're just sorting out where that firepower is going to be. Trading the guns around. All right. G2 instantly into B main. They found a fight a few times there from C9 before. How much do they stall? Oxy,
Getting one is big.
The Judge doesn't get the payoff. Jack's able to trade back on Leaf. They still have most of the smokes they want.
Right now, because they prowled it early towards the B site for G2 and they instantly saw somebody close towards B, they don't want to engage into a hit on that B site despite Leaf getting information on 2 out of 3 players of Cloud9 encroaching against them. They expect to walk out for information, which they punished them before, and they'll do it again.
G2 winning the swing, power in numbers once again. They've realized it would be the way to win numerous fights across both maps. Little sun in the eyes there. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, the face he made when he flashed himself too, but Jack instantly throws out the Nightfall, so that cancels the plant.
C9 trying to keep G2 off game point here. Series point here. And it's going to be a high-low that does it. Note coming up with 2 final ones to end that round. And a 6th for C9.
Ends up being beautiful here for the 2 players moving up from challengers.
Yep.
And pulling out the protocol of that high-low. Note coming in from Team Core, being the 2nd highest rated controller player in the VCL under Stallion of Team YFP, where Jack actually comes from. So now both of these players joining together in the C9 and winning a nice little 2v2 in the end. Kind of needed BBB to win that fight against Note when Note showed his hand at the bottom of spawn. But the controller stayed stoic and allowed here C9 to stay in this game.
Tagamo tucking and ducking. Gets himself to safety on the other side. Looks like they might get a double swing once this goes down, and they'll play that wall drop for a quick kill. They've liked ramp, but they decide against it for now. They went at pit as soon as C9 used it on Lotus. Are they going to go at pit to try and get Zelsis again? Okay, they go around it. Oh.
I think they still want to contest this, though.
Well,
this might be an easy 3-2-1. Just
exactly.
Get the best out of it.
They commonly just leave one person in that area. So the trade works out for them. It's the advantage that they want. Zeppa's going to be probably found out by this, but he waits for it to turn around. BBB still has the timing with Jogamo coming up through mailroom.
And that site open, guaranteed now with the Steel Garden to clear up that site. Now it's the triple flank coming in from C9, though, that Trent has to be ready for. Not ready for that one. Gets info on one only.
He's so far ahead. What? Question mark? And it looks like nobody's going to want to peek him again.
Go, go, go.
Valyn does want that challenge. They're going to get together, though. The back pedal to keep safe and know that they can protect this from heaven. If they don't have a smoke. Wait, there's a smoke actually for Note. We make this very awkward as well. Puts one onto site, and Oxy's going to stay as the firepower. Looking for another one, a third, and another 4K for him in the series. Dashes one way. BBB finds a third, his own fourth! Impossible. BBB ace coming through. The defuse for Note, though, to fully deny it. It's just a 5K, considering. But a nice round coming in for C9 to get a 7th.
Yeah, silver lining in the end. So he pulls out the ult, gets 3 kills, and is halfway almost to his next Steel Garden. But you can see the responsibility and why here you have a player like Oxy in the roster for Cloud9. How much value he's gotten solo. The 2 players behind him bait it towards that spawn so that he just finds his players and his kills solo. And then the rest could follow up because you still throw the element of mystery that you don't know who really is flanking behind. Is it only Oxy? Is it 2 more players? And it helped out towards the end. Yeah, you saw the head shake from Imi despite the win there for C9 because it continues to be expensive for Cloud9 in the next round.
So bloody every time. They keep just going to the last drop. BBB, like 23 kills now after that 5K. He is definitely putting up the numbers for G2. 11 rounds in their favor here, but C9's been able to battle back. Make this interesting on their pick of split.
Toxin screen down.
That's going to make a bit of noise here. So the insert from Leaf is, there you go. He pings it out already. Here's the footsteps of the Neon rotating across as well. So now he pings towards screen. So, okay, well, we got 2 players confirmed now towards the A site. So these 2 guys on middle could do some damage. BBB is trying to find his timing, and Valyn's trying to lurk up on the B side as well.
Oh my gosh.
This is so difficult for the 2 players on mid for C9.
One's cleared. Tries to get the bank nade off. This is going to be tough for Zeppa. He actually clears the Raze ultimate. 3v3. Yeah, he's going to. Oxy's trying to get there early with the judge.
I think he's going to get it. Not anymore. Not where the Razor Vine's being thrown down.
Sight for G2. They just don't know it yet, and that's going to play into C9's favor, giving them some time to walk up, splitting it at 2-1. 10 seconds on plant. Oxy finds out where BBB is, gets the relay bolt, but they're going to have to chase him pretty far. He's trying to buy more time. The kill comes in as the spike gets planted. It's refreshed enough for a slow, patient retake from C9. Overdrive. Waltzing it right in to make sure backside's clear, get the smoke down, get the defuse start, and start to pull them out of the woodwork. Good smoke down. Triple peek. And that's going to be able to do the trick. Note again with Jack helping to clean up the round as Oxy slides around to make it difficult. It's going to be another one for C9 as they inch closer to 11 rounds.
I wonder if this is going to spark the conversation of a timeout for Josh RT with the rest of the team at G2. Because so far they've done an excellent job here to control the mid round, to win these fights on mid control. But on the execution where they throw them all to get info, they have site control. It's the post plan here that hasn't been working too well for G2's positioning. Decides not to hit onto the timeout. Oh, never mind. There it is.
They do. He was hovering the button, and then he's like, yeah, yeah, sure. Because you know what? It's also C9's momentum that needs to be cut in his eyes.
Yeah.
Most likely.
It also depends, too, what conversation was happening here for Valyn as the IGLs across his team. Is there something that he likes, what he hears? Maybe not. Now he's going to chime in onto that one, too. Probably identified some of these gaps that we've been seeing here from that mini-map, from the radar. We've been watching his game between both G2 and C9. And the name of it so far has been a lot of these flood retakes, right? From how they're currently playing. The only real aggression you're seeing and real space making you're trying to get from C9 for the past couple of rounds has been towards that middle.
Yeah.
But they've been very good here on flood retaking for the B side for Cloud9.
Nice way to like alter up what G2 thinks they're seeing too, right? They've done a few where they kind of push off vents. Zelsis was able to activate and has kind of been hot ever since those 2 ramp kills, really finding his aim in 1v1. So that's helped to bring him back up too. But you're right. Now C9's trying to make it scattered where their plays are getting, keep G2 gassing from that defensive side.
Let's also give the honorable mention right now, coming back from this timeout, that BBB is also dropping 24.
And 11, yeah.
And 20 rounds of play here for G2. Literally being a thorn on the side of C9 on the defense. And on attack, doing a decent job here on the Lurks, helping out the team for support with util here from the Razorvines.
These rounds get so scary because somehow Trent always just finds a nasty shot with his Sheriff, or they wait, they buy enough time. It's going to be the spray as they just predict the walk across. And this could be a 12th round solidify for G2 if C9 cannot stop the pressure. Oh, just gets out alive, so they're going to be able to play their life for now. But look, just spreading out.
They're planning for a spawn as well with the pit up. Again, step 1 was good. Mid control is there for G2. Now it's the pulse plan inside a pit, but a lower buy. Remember, it's a G2 stinger buy by around 1 Phantom that got them into this B site.
The map is completely flipped now as C9 come from the attacker side just to get back in. Oxy's down first. They're going to have 3 entries from this side of the pit. Oh no, Zeppa does grab Jogamo on that. They cruise into the site, and Note gets a quick drive-by onto Trent. Sourcing the last 2 guns. In Sands, they know the balance now up top, so they have all 3 members. The knowledge of where they could be. Oxy pushes forward. C9 clean up the site, and they flood back for a 9th round here.
No goes for the defuse in the end. Cutting it close now for Cloud9, and thankfully they had the showstopper to really disrupt the pulse plan of G2 inside that pit. Not only do you force Leaf outside of the pit, but you also get value off a pick onto Jogamo with it. So that reel out here for the rest of the players to move through. Valyn unfortunately didn't have any stars left to work with when he got into the site. Couldn't play a grab well to win it off the time. Boom.
Got him.
We're all good, we're all good.
Got him. It can take time. Maybe he's placing util, you know? Okay, Jog. This is my space. And this is just to activate the defensive side. Make Cloud9 feel like they're not in the right position to find out where he is, and instantly 3 are able to source what Jogam was trying to do.
This could still be a stop and go though, right?
Yeah.
Jogamo moved in very quickly, spotted 3 players inside the vents. But instead, looks like G2 are going for the instant call to pivot on the top of this A ramp area, or sorry, of middle, so that the A ramp could actually start activating on that side.
Trying to go for the silent jump and almost gets caught out there. Jack takes quite a bit of damage. This peek, push up. Oh, Zeppa's just on the other side of this wall. And there are going to be ships in the night. And Oxy pays for it. What a timing. It's still repaired there, a little retribution for his teammate. But it's a scatter. It looks like G2 is going to still try to commit to this right side. They choose the right side, and they might get a lot of space.
Oh, unfortunate timing for Zeppa. I was just about to mention, it was surprising here that BBB wasn't moving with his team, but there's a committed Note TP that gets the kill onto BBB.
With the play. Been holding B as an anchor with cement shoes, and now ready to move to the other side to make it work. Valyn's able to get the better of him for just a moment, but he does a great job at finding 2 before going down. Yeah, C's comes in. Oh my God! Valyn gets the 3rd one! G2 has had too many rounds in the eyes of C9 fans that went that way. They gotta be happy about it though.
And it was perfect there. The hero play from Note coming out, almost flicking onto the 180 for the third kill. The C's was perfect. He's low, he's deafened. The jump spot was perfect, yet the spray transfer comes out from Valyn. Cutthroat indeed for that play. That might be the nail in the coffin right now for C9. They do have money to work with a bit. A Judge, a Stinger, has shields for so many, and Leaf comes out with the Outlaw.
Absolutely crazy the things that G2 is able to pull out here, and it would be even crazier the C9 be able to just brush it off and make some more rounds happen as they were. Still have weapons jacked, one on a Stinger. And they're about to meet the full power of G2 as they want to take this A ramp. Prowler detects a few. Would think they might have caught a shoulder there of each other.
Yeah.
Because Oxy doesn't want that again.
But it's a full exit from G2 here. Nice little stall from a C's Nate though, and the Satchel. Jogging was able to get it out. Yeah. That's nice.
Just tuck up around the wall as well and keep that damage from fully coming through. Slow space grabbing from G2. C9's got to be sure that they can still cover each other on these takes now that they've been pushed back, now that they might feel uncomfortable. Steel Garden comes out.
Do you fight towards spawn here?
Do you, or do you waterfall into sight? Seems like they're a little indecisive on it, but Jack gets taken down behind the map, and that's going to be a flood in. Zeppa and the rest of the team talking about won't commit into them, and they'll have to wait for the post plant.
Beautiful wall bang there from Baby Bay. Now C9 forced to flood retake. They've been good at it, but not too sure it's going to go against 5. Make that 4 now of G2. Joggermo's low on HP as well.
Giving the space for Oxy, but Joggermo still finds it. The paranoia close enough to be able to deliver. Nightfall comes back. G2 is only looking for Zelsis left. He's up top, and the shots from Zelsis are true for the first one, but there's just too many. It's just G2, and they find themselves moving into playoffs.
A great look for G2 for today, reinvigorated with a new composition, a change of comp onto Split. And they're able to take down the undefeated C9, who were 3-0. Now, unfortunately, 3-1, and also the hopes of making a playoffs pretty much donezo here for the C9 crew. Nonetheless, though, here, Riv, there was a lot of last-minute changes for this roster. It still looked pretty promising. You look at their matchup from last week against Loud. Yeah, they got dominated 1-13 on Lotus, but they were able to turn it around in the other 2 maps where they made it close on the third, still lost it no matter what, but it is looking promising, at least for Jack and for Note. It's a nice little taste here to get ready for Stage 2. They talked about it on their podcast too for Imi. It's just about the building process to get ready for the next stage. But this team right here, looking prime for playoffs.
Yeah, G2 really didn't have one of these up and downs that we've seen throughout a season as much. And Josh and the team have said it's helped them repair, it's helped them figure out what they need to do, learning in the losses. And yeah, they come back quite strong. Unk out there doing quite a bit with the family buff today. Holy moly, Baby Bay was really on top of it. And Jog, Valyn, all of them pulling out some crazy stuff here in just impact situations.
And to turn around for G2, you have to think about it as well. In the first 2 weeks, trying to test things out, bringing out new compositions, trying to test the meta as well, putting out the Harbor on different maps outside of Breeze, just to see if it sticks. It doesn't work out. They turn it around. They still made it close against a team like Leviatán, though, in a 3-mapper that went a couple into last rounds of regulation overtime as well. But now they go back into what really works for them, keeping Harbor on Breeze, but going into just refining a couple of the basic compositions for G2 on other maps, and they've found their footing and are looking quite strong once again to be that G2 that we saw from last year that was undefeated going into the Americas for stage to stage, winning every one of these stages.
The clutch moments, the ability for every single one of them to be the anchor in a sight and have the util answers to push back C9 in some of the Lotus situations were absolutely crazy, and I think G2 fans are going to be happy with how things have turned around in stage 1. Right now we're going to send it down to Zoe, who's on stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Please, let's hear it one more time for G2 and Leaf, who's standing by for a quick chat after this very stressful last map. But let's talk about the stakes for this one. It was a win-and-in scenario for G2 in order to make playoffs. How do the individuals, and feel free to call them out, how do the individuals in your team usually deal with that kind of pressure in a match?
I think Dre, like, he's learned a lot over the past months, you know, with all the experience, and like you could kind of see that he's just frying on the buys and stuff. So he's, you know, individually we've been here time and, you know, like multiple times when we were in Toronto, or, you know, in Toronto, qualifying to Toronto and all that. So it's nothing unfamiliar.
Right. I mean, closed it out in good fashion here as well. If we're talking about split here, Cloud9 managed to make it close. You guys have been struggling with this map this stage. Obviously, the comp changed. Did your approach in general change as well? And do you feel like it still needs some tweaking, given that it was a close one?
I mean, I think it's a very strong map for them, and they, you know, had some really good individual rounds, and like we started, you know, getting lower and lower in terms of like quality. But I think that, you know, the comp that we play and just the way that we play is really good right now, and we made a lot of changes to make sure that, you know, we have a lot of protocols and stuff. So it feels good.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, speaking of good things and also changes, you face off against an opponent with new members in the team. Are you surprised about the way they ended up performing? Did you expect more, expect less? Like, give me your expectation versus reality for this one.
I mean, I think they expected as good as they can be. Like, they had some good rounds and stuff like that, and like Note won like clutches, obviously, just, you know, sticking the bomb in most of them. But yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, I think that they performed really good. I'm excited to see if they play, you know, even better next stage.
Right on, so are we all. Now, one last question before I let you go. We saw a transformation in the comms, but also in the pace for your team from kickoff to now in stage 1. You try to up the pace, but how does one work on that without losing tactical discipline?
I mean, it's just a lot of like lessons of just learning from playing that type of style, and also just like playing against it. You know, we played PRX like, I don't know, like 800 times at this point now, and like, you know, there's a method to the madness and stuff like that. So now with like Vise and stuff like that, you can still play that style at the end of the day. You know, you just gotta shoot someone. So, you know, but we're just learning how to balance all of that and just have like a solid approach the whole game.
I'm excited to see you guys pop off in the playoffs. Once again, congratulations, Leave and G2, everyone. We're headed into a quick break, but we're not done for today. We have match number 2 coming up right after this.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
straight into the crosshairs of BabyBane. It's on Demon 1, who gets shoulder picks. BabyBane knows he's there, still wants to take the fight. He's had the better of most of them, but Demon 1 still has it in his DNA.
Doni acabou a pilha primeiro para fazer seu nome. Vai buscar o clutch absurdo. Tex. Olha ele, Tex!
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this gorgeous Saturday. It's going to be MIBR squaring off against Envy. I'm Golden Boy once again, joined by Dryad and Athena as we look to break everything down. But let's talk about what we just witnessed, because with that victory of G2 Esports, the standings are locked in and Loud is in, baby. So we have our alpha playoff, or sorry, our alpha group rather, coming out of this. The 4 teams: MIBR, Leviathan, G2, and finally Loud.
I love T9, and I know they're gonna be doing great going into stage 2, but Loud, I'm so happy. I'm just so happy for them.
Yeah, I think this team definitely deserves to be in playoffs. They've struggled for so long, and now they've had this roster that's absolutely insane mechanically. So seeing them qualify, it's a really big smile for me, especially because Dan pressured me to vote for them that one time.
Yeah, and as we all know, peer pressure.
Yeah,
you know, see, look at that. Look at that. It's violence. It's violence out here. Also important to note, though, players still going to be competing for that seeding. So whatever matches we have left forward from that, I believe the seeding is going to be affected from that.
I believe MIBR is playing for first.
Yeah, MIBR is playing for first, exactly. So let's go ahead and jump into our skirmish side selection. We've got a 1v1 between Poppin and Verno. I expect this to be a Yapatron 5000 session.
Yeah?
What? Maybe not. Maybe dead silence. Who knows? But here we go.
Dude, I think Poppin's logged in. Look at him. He has the op already.
As he should be.
They don't need to talk.
Yeah.
Wait, he's sticking to the op. That's messed up.
Real ones remember the Poppin Sova op.
Oh my
real one?
That just really brought me back. You said op and Poppin, and I just, you know, I had some flashbacks.
Oppin. That would have been the Popperator.
The OP and Poppin stands for op.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? This is why I'm going to contact production and make sure you guys are fired. We got not bad. 3-2 in the count here. Verno has got himself a little bit of the lead here. Poppin, of course, being just a demon with that sniper, but is able to pick up the hit. He's also using Mix as well. Probably the only time we're going to see the character.
When are we going to see Mix?
What do you mean? We're seeing him right now.
Yeah.
The greatest agent right now. So I just don't understand.
Yeah, dude, I love to see Poppin still smiling, even though Envy is unfortunately out of contention for playoffs. But I mean, MIBR, they're still playing for that first place, right? So 5-3 to solidify that. I think that makes a lot of sense. But MIBR, they're definitely going to be putting a lot into it, even though Envy did win that skirmish.
Yeah. Well, the jumping sniper on the corner is diabolic, but it's all good though. Poppin and Envy pick up the win, but MIBR though, as you had noted, Athena, they're gunning for that #1 seed, right? They managed to get that win and the advantage over Leviathan. So that means that they're only going to be a couple wins away, 2 wins away from qualifying for Masters London. MIBR, Dan, a team that we have been praising, a super team that came together at the start of the stage. But what we've been seeing here is a team that's been going through some ups and downs, needing to figure out what works ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, a few ups and downs, but something that I really like about this team is that they understand what is the best situation for each one of their players. And it's something that Fraud has talked about regarding Second as well, having him on the duel list, having Aspas as well, playing this jet that he's known for the past couple of years, and even Text on the chamber. It just felt like, yeah, there is a meta that you have to follow in a specific way, but it doesn't have to be agent for agent every single one. So this is how they made it work, and they're so good mechanically, every single one of them, that they just get away with it. So
important to note, this is a mock playoff bracket of what you're seeing right here. So this is how it's going to look. If all things stay the same going into playoffs next week, it will shape out like this. Notably NRG Sen, you got to, kind of make a decision on that one. But yeah, so looking at this here, you have an MIBR team that really just needs one win, big win, 2 big wins. You're in. That's
Both MIBR and Crew being in that second slot, getting that initial bye, being #1 seed. Both of them, if they win that BO3, they are then qualified for Masters. So really big advantage there. Coming in as first seed, you get to skip one of those rounds. You're almost kind of guaranteed if you're really into it and you really feel like you can win that BO3, obviously depending on the opponent. But just to touch back on what Dan said earlier, I really agree with you. I think the way that MIBR plays has been really phenomenal. phenomenal. And I think they really set a really nice standard for how they set each player up into roles, because a lot of the times at the beginning of the season, we were worried that there's so many big personalities or big players even on this team, not necessarily ego-wise, but in the server, everything that they do talks and speaks for themselves. So we were worried how they would end up fitting this and slotting this into roles, but they flushed it out really nicely. So really well played to MIBR, and big props to them as a team.
And now they find themselves in a great position here, but let's go ahead and send it back over to Zoe. She had an opportunity to speak with Aspas.
After you guys' loss against Cloud9, a lot of your players have been pointing towards a breakdown in communication. Now, if we're looking at your performance last week, you guys were all back in sync. But how does one train comms in synergy? Like, what's your team hotfix protocol?
It wasn't something that was very difficult to fix because we were already doing it before. But we had a tough week prior to the Cloud9 match, so we basically already knew what was going to happen in the match. And after the match, we had a 1.5 hour talk between the team. And on that talk, we basically fixed the way that we're going to practice the next week, and it worked for the game as well.
Hope it works out again today. Best of luck.
Now, looking at the other side of the field here, Envy had a rough stage one. You got to call a spade. And they are eliminated from contention for playoffs. That happened last week. So this is a team that's coming into this one with not a lot to really play for here. And also, too, I think it's also important to note as well, right, given the situation that they find themselves here. But regardless, you still have an opportunity to go out there, really just show your best foot forward for the future, however that may manifest itself.
Yeah, I mean, setting yourself up for success for stage 2 is just as important as qualifying for playoffs. I mean, if you don't make playoffs, that means that you have all this extra time to prepare yourself for that next stage. And I think when you're looking at these players, someone like Extra, who's been really, really phenomenal, he struggled after the Yoru change, but they kind of brought it back when he brought up that Phoenix, and they won that map versus C9. So I feel like they're definitely still on the verge of greatness here for Envy, but it's just a matter of having that time to kind of figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of great moments and a lot of players that have had their times to shine, whether it's Ascension and Challengers or, you know, at the very, very top, lifting the Champions Trophy. But for Exter, this is a player that has been part of the story for Envy since the beginning, since Challengers, since they were known as rankers. And when I saw him today in the hallway, I was asking him because there's rumors that he's not going to play anymore. He said he's going to be retiring.
Yeah.
So they're going to be honoring him and just, you know, valuing what he was as a player this whole time. He's a guy that when you see him on the hallway, when he's talking to the players, he looks so calm. He looks so maybe like very chill and exactly
confident and chill.
Yeah.
That's the vibes I get from him.
And it's great.
It was honestly, it was a pleasure to have Exter, you know, be in the VCT with us here. His story is also equally as incredible, right? It's the actual story of what you want to see in esports. You know, a guy who worked his way, actually just played ranked, and then gets discovered and has an opportunity to change his life. So that is essentially the esports story in a nutshell. That's the way it was before all the franchise stuff and all the big teams and the big production and all the fancy cameras, where it was just a bunch of kids just had a dream to make it big and go pro.
And he can bench 315 pounds.
That's
according to that 2 Truths and a Lie that we had.
That's a fact. Yeah, it's true. Good. You brought that one back.
Kind of insane.
That's crazy. Never really knew you were going to bring that one back. Let's talk about, though, what we're going to end up seeing here on our map select, because as it stands right now, there is really not a lot of wiggle room here for Envy. MIBR, I think if you're MIBR, you really just want to, Dan, just kind of take a chill a little bit. You don't want to show too much ahead of playoffs, especially because this is the last week of the stage.
Yeah, but at the same time, you want to be just one game away from making it to Masters London. So the expectations are pretty high for them, where you don't want to show too much, but you want to make sure that you're playing to your strengths today. And I feel like that is why this map makes a lot of sense for Haven. This is a map where the side of MIBR has found success in it with a double duelist, with Aspas playing the Jet, and also Tex playing the Chamber, and also punishing maybe a little bit of the other side. I think leaving that bind open for the side of Envy, knowing that last time it didn't really go that well for them. It's all leaning towards an MIBR that can be very dominant today.
I just think it's funny how GB's like, they're gonna hide some stuff. Well, GB, they just pulled out bind. They picked it. They haven't played it since the Yoru nerf. So this is kind of insane, but I think it's always a good time to test your strengths and really test your limits, see how creative you can get in a server, especially when you're facing kind of in a matchup where, yes, you have stakes of getting that first seed, but you're more than likely to already be successful because you're playing against a team that has almost nothing to lose, and you're also playing for seeding, not essentially just making it to playoffs. So I think for MIBR, it's going to be interesting to see what they've cooked up on this map, because again, they played Yoru Race the last time they played this.
Yeah, it can look very different. It can look very crazy for these two teams as well in the maps. And something that I think is also worth mentioning before we go into the series and before we go into Haven is something that Soyu was talking about to us, and also something that Extra was mentioning. That he's actually going to be the one calling today. So
whoa,
yeah.
We just talked about him, that he's going to be retiring, and the best way to say goodbye is, making the calls for today.
That's very interesting. We'll of course see how that shakes out there. Agent Select now coming through, and hey, we got the Yoru. Let's go.
Wait.
I hope he pops off with it, man. Just go nuts. Go nuts.
Is it
out
just
there.
me, or I swear Extra at some point had made a tweet saying, guys, Yoru isn't that bad. I swear.
Yeah.
I swear he did that, right?
Pretty sure he did.
He's like, I'm going to show you guys how Yoru's
What
played
happens
post-nerf.
if he comes through with his Yoru and absolutely dominates?
No, but imagine, it would be so poetic. I mean, if that's the way that you have to say goodbye to the stage,
Yeah.
I think it's great.
I think Stage 2 will look crazy if that happens. But Zekin and Aspas back on the double duelist. I really like this duo when they're playing this double duelist. It really feels like Zekin has enabled Aspas to come back into being that confident forward player.
Yeah.
And they do really well when they're just synergizing in the server.
Well, folks, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Seems like Exer is ready to go, so we are tuned. We're going to send this one over to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Well, I think the tone for this series has kind of already been set based on those compositions we've seen. Kesnet on the Cypher, and Exter is going back to the Yoru. Now, whether it is in fact not quote-unquote that bad, or perhaps he's just having his chance to ride off into the sunset, I don't care, because we're bound to see a pretty compelling matchup here on Haven. Zekin also, Wyatt, took his headset off to yell something across the stage here in response to that, to Demon 1, so he might be challenging D1 as he moves over to the duelist. But let's not mince words. It's been a tough stage for Envy. They're making big changes, and the legacy of that Rankers roster that come up from challenges is soon to be done.
Yeah, this really is the end of it, with Exter announcing on a stream that he was going to be retiring. You know, he said that these nerfs, they got him. He's not trying to play the other agents in the game. People forget that he was a content creator who went pro, not the other way around. And his heart lies with just playing the agent that he loves, playing Yoru, wanting to go back to being a streamer. And I'm glad, though, that in his send-off game, he's going to be playing Yoru for us. It was a 0% pick rate in Americas this stage until right now.
Demon 1 on the jet as well. Another fun upside from that. Exter has his face blown off immediately. Tex falls off the line after fighting head. Hunter, purchase. And now Demon 1 just inserts himself into hell. The drift over from MIBR now, as it's going to have to be a difficult aim retake for the defenders.
MIBR looked pretty superb on this map. Last time we saw them, it was against Lev. It was a dominant win. Zekin put up the best single Phoenix performance of any Phoenix yet in Americas, so expecting more dominance from him for sure.
I think this map pool is absurdly good for MIBR in general, but look at Envy fighting for it here. No one's already dubbed Demon 1 out of hell. He's going to have a chance now to fight for this corner. Cloudburst maybe get a wider swing here, and yep, through to smoke. Aspas gets caught. Mazzino in the mix. Not able to find anything now, and Verno only one off the Frenzy. That'll be an Envy pistol.
Solid little start. Envy, actually, last time they played Haven, they were able to win both of the pistols. The trouble came from being able to convert anti-eco, so they're off to the same hot start. Demon 1's looking good, and what's he talking about Extra being, you know, he's back on the Yoru, but we got Demon 1 in Champions jet form.
I mean, it's going to take a lot to relegate Kesnet to Sentinel.
Over-under on him jumping up on the desk after the map win?
I don't know if they're as sturdy as they were at Champions. Either way, it's the start that Envy were looking for, especially on this attack side. Get that pressure built early. Aspas here with a Marshall to hand. Ready to fall off the line in a moment's notice. Okay, not quite the connection there on Exter. Shot whiffed entirely, so he's free to step up onto the site now, and it's going to be retake on C this time for MIBR, who bought basically nothing outside of that Marshall.
Just the pure contact, good start. Kesnet on the flank with the Ghost Cypher. I swear I've seen him play Cypher somewhere else before. I can't recall when. Someone, I don't know, production stats, someone get on that.
Ring it up, ring it up.
Send me a message, because I swear I've seen him play Cypher in an official at some point in the time.
Tex challenging him there. Headhunter not really connecting. Eventually finds its mark. And that'll be that. We'll close the book here on this anti-eco round. Envy take it with 3 guns out.
Yeah, there it is. Like I mentioned last time, it was both times they had won the pistol on Haven and then had lost the anti-eco just after. So off to a hotter start than the last time they played this map.
Nothing particularly elaborate from that round. Like you mentioned, just raw contact up C long into the site.
No, they're actually scared. No, they're actually scared. They're actually getting nervous.
I mean, I don't know if I.
Yes, with all the
believe
stakes
you,
on this match.
Yeah.
So much on the line here for MIBR. Seriously though, #1 seed. Could be nice for them to snag. Try this again, perhaps flash out of this smoke. No, just emerge. Mazzino this time the one that's get flattened. That's the Omen gone.
So another first kill for Extra. 2 in a row. C-site free again. Demon 1 just cooks Tex through the smoke. Backside.
Uncomfortably for MIBR. Find a way to play into this round, and there's already going to be a push into Garage. This is hyper aggressive. Aspas though is tucked nicely. Extra might be in trouble, especially if Zekin decides to get involved. He doesn't want to overswing this. And so Kesset's given a chance to back out of Garage, but time is ticking. There has to be some proactivity here from MIBR. Back C site, Zekin connects beautifully. Extra, not much to say about that. Rossi and Popper will hold things down. Even that Bulldog getting some involvement now as Aspas is dealt with. A great opening here, converted on by Envy.
Yeah, 2 rounds back to back. They just catch someone slipping on the C site for the free opening. 2 first kills for Egster already. And then they do a nice job in the post line, just setting up around default. Got each other covered on both sides. Rossi wins a really crucial 1v1 there. And Poppin locks down the right side. Kesnet's ready to swing off him if he needed to from Garage, but didn't even need to.
So there's only...
Funniest thing he's ever heard.
Yes,
actually
just got
said.
There's only 2 players on this Envy squad right now that were on that original Rankers roster. But this was the team that popped up in Challengers last year that showed us the most dominant performance we've ever seen from any team in Challengers. Like just rolled everybody. Played like a Devil May Care, hyper-aggressive style of game. They played a lot of Clove as well, but a lot of the Yoru. That's where Extra really made a name for
and
himself.
A lot of double duelists before it was in the Vogue. They were like genuinely early on that and just spent pretty much the entirety of last year destroying Challengers. There was one little down period, and then you saw them bounce back and just get even better as a team. And I think for Egster specifically in that time, midway through the year in Challengers, you saw him go from just being a
gimmicky
kind of
guy,
gimmicks Yoru to a really well-rounded pro Yoru player, you know? And from there, rest is history, right? They make it all the way to Ascension, qualify, able to play in the VCT this year.
And it was,
you know, circumstances out of their control that didn't allow the team to stay together, so it's unfortunate that we never really got to see them in their prime here. But
Challengers has like a stage 3 pretty late in the year, and I feel like it was like late 24 where they popped up and just kind of made this run. And the first time we saw them, we knew they'd be a fixture in 25. We casted them a bunch. We knew they'd ascend. I think we really believed this team was going to make it. Yeah, no doubt about it. MIBR here, bought pretty low and don't have a lot to say in this round. This is why we're doing snuggle in story time.
But it is a beautiful story, Mitch. Yep. And they should be converting this around, even if Demon 1 on the flank here. I mean, you might get, Bruno, awareness. He's ready for it a little bit.
Demon 1's going to be on this ramp. I just don't think there's much to say about this. And pretty snappy shooting, as we've come to expect. Aspas, though, he's got aim.
Yeah. Guardian, new teeth. Bro's looking good.
Actually, just spectacular dental work. Damn, they offer that insurance policy over at MIBR. Hook me up. Yeah, no chance for a defuse here. Aspas is going to have to fall off of it, hoping for an exit. It opts to instead try and keep this weapon a little bit longer. That's Envy. Stitched together 4 rounds in a row. Now, that Rankers team, they ascend. They don't look anything really like that Rankers squad when they come into VCT. There's a number of reasons, right? Ion can't join. Kane Zero, for obvious reasons, can't join. So they have to sort of make do, but there are some really good players floating around in the free agent pool. Kesnet obviously, you know, leaves crew, no longer part of that roster. Demon 1 still very vocal about the fact that he's looking for a team. Trialed for G2 as well. And obviously Rossi had floated around as on that Leviatán outfit last year. You know, if you're looking for an IGL, he was a pretty good prospect. Still young, still hungry. And that's how this team that we now know as Envy came to be.
Yeah, and listen, even in this stage, they did have a really nice win over C9. For a second, they were teasing us. Listen, the viewers, I mean, they didn't get to see the agent select before they locked into this, but there was a moment where Extra was on the Phoenix, and it looked like they might have just picked the same comp they've been running. Yep. I'm glad they did it. But that was the one comp that, yeah, they were finding them some success when Extra was playing the Phoenix, just because it's the most similar to the Yoru when they're in the brawls. You have the flashes, there's similar play patterns that he could kind of lean into, but you know, this is just where he's at home, so.
Now, obviously, Yoru, Extra goes on social media and says he's not that bad. One of the issues for Yoru is that their gate crash duration has been reduced drastically. So you can't really just leave a TP back and cross the map quickly and have that persist for, you know, a long time into the round. Now, you've actually got to make use of it much earlier. That's the biggest change, and that's kind of
no one is playing Yoru. It's 0% pick rate in Americas, 0% pick rate in EMEA, a little bit of pick rate on Pacific. Matter of fact, Nongshim played it yesterday on Haven. They lost, so there's really not a lot of great supporting evidence for Yoru right now, but listen, if there's one man who can make it work, Mitch.
Oh, it's this guy. So we'll talk a little bit about it. You won't see those gate crashes just thrown for fast rotates as much anymore, with only 15 seconds of duration. But you can still use it to get into sites. Next to here, Verno just peeked in. The Seize is pretty annoying. X is able to get out of its radius though. There's an out droid coming over the top. Verno knows he either fights or gets out of this smoke. Okay, well, he's going to fight inside of it. That's some nice gunplay here for MIBR. Kesnet trying to... Oh my goodness! Okay, Poppin now has very quickly reversed the fortunes of Envy. Still, it's going to be tight. Aspas has already got quite deep onto the site. They're not going to be ready for this at all, and he knows. He knows Kesnet is sitting inside. Hell, Kesnet's got the hot hand. Tex has to retake now with it. Oh my goodness!
Damn, Kesnet is frying at the end. Aspas was right on the angle, too. Crosshair just like a little bit off. The spray was awkward. Kesnet capitalizes off that, and then hits Tex with the pop-and swing.
And this is why we still believe that...
pop and hold. I mean, he gets the 2K. That's crazy. They're just trapped on each other in the corner.
And so obviously the plan for this roster coming together is that you know...
Yes! You're him, my boy!
Obviously the game plan...
The pain on Fraud's face.
You take the soul of that Ranker's outfit, that aggression, and then you put people with insane mechanical skill and positions to sort of carry that forward, carry the torch, so to speak. Aspas here able to linger out in mid, but won't be able to get back in. Tex has to know that is a clone by now. It's sort of getting used to playing against Yoru again. Got a flash, try and play ahead of these pings. That's nicely done. Kesnet forced the hand, but Zekken was more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, Zekken just so good on those little aggro timings with the Phoenix. We saw that in the win against Lev. Let's see if Envy can work their way over in towards this seaside, though. Rossi and Demon 1 posting something out. Oh, that should have been 1. It is the 1, but Zekken with the trade and gets the spike down.
Yeah, just that information is pretty massive. Rossi still flush with smokes. He's going to be able to go in and recover this. This encounter, that's... Oh my goodness, a snappy shooting. Bro is magnetic. And Rossi just takes the timing.
Can't lose. They just can't lose. They have that throwing caution to the wind like vibe going for them at max right now.
I'm thinking they are the wind, actually. They just do whatever they want. Again, maybe the pressure being off creates a very different scenario for them. They look like they're enjoying themselves as well. My God, that is... Yeah, a couple nasty rounds back-to-back here from Kesnet.
Yeah, and really, like, despite the playstyle, honestly, like, on that note, when we heard their comms last week, it was in a really hectic situation regardless, but man, they were stressful, high tension, lots of overcoming. And I can imagine now it's pretty much the opposite, right? Very relaxed, laid back. Like you could hear the pressure they were putting on themselves. Kesnet gets the opening. The A site is for free off this dimensional drift. Rossi teleported into spawn. I mean, Envy are everywhere. They are in the walls on the map and now have a free site.
It's pretty suffocating for MIBR. They losing those players early, but nothing to do.
Standoff, man.
This is a 3-gun save, potentially.
Yeah, well, a 2-gun save.
Oh yeah, Tex doesn't have much.
Oh
yeah.
well, now it's a 1-gun save and a nothing save.
I mean, bro has tour de force, I guess.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, there really is not a lot to do in this round.
Envy really just came out and hit them with the Brain Destroyer round, with the Omen TP into spawn, with the drift into A.
The deep fried attention span special. Sometimes Sometimes we all need a bit of brain rot, Valorant, you know?
Yeah. It's fun to live in a world where we're excited to see a Yoru.
Yeah.
Over the last...
I was just thinking watching, I'm like, ah!
2 years of...
I remember Dimensional Drift.
There he is again. But now, it's kind of fun.
Being played very differently, though, than he used to be. I'm still looking out for gate crashes, just to see how they're being placed. Might be more relevant on defense if, you know.
I mean, honestly, after a Yoru nerf, like most of the people who all switched over to playing Yoru and were great Yorus were just great pro players generally that then picked up the agent. But this guy's a Yoru specialist. Like if there's someone that I would look to figure out how to work within the confines of changes to Yorus initially, it would genuinely be him. Like Extra was figuring things out with this agent that other players were stealing from him, even though he was a content creator and they were a pro.
Yeah. Dirty angle. That is beyond dirty from Tex. Still, though, look how quickly Envy already up on this side. The mod is going to slow things down, though. Now things get a little bit awkward as Extra doubles down with the spray. Zekin's able to find him, though, through that clone. And Mazzino now dives onto the point. It's Rossi with another three-piece. 11 and 2. He is scooping them up.
This is an 8-0 right now? They can't lose rounds. It doesn't matter what happens. Extra just swings out. Tex gets the first blood, is able to win the duel against Aspas on the trade, and then the backside flash just... What even happened there? Was that a
Yoru flash?
I think was that a partial Zekin
I think it was a self
like,
flash, yeah.
Yeah, madness. Fraud is in disbelief.
Fraud is that anime reaction right now with the guy just pulling down on his cheeks. Yeah, bro. It's tough out here. Envy is booking you.
All right, MIBR, they're trying to do something crazy. They're pushed all the way down. But look at Zekin. He's got the neon pathing to run it back.
They kind of announced themselves with this Prowler.
C site is completely free now. There's no ultimates for this post plant for Envy whatsoever.
Envy looking like half a step too fast for MIBR.
All right, also, you can push. You can just blind up everybody. Yeah,
Kesnet's being pulled back to play off this.
That blind.
Oh, too late. Verno's able to find Kesnet. Heads up moment. Envy down to 3. Let's listen in how they salvage this round.
Garage? I think it's 4. Omen's there. If it's open, it's 4.
Holding CT. You can fight Max.
Player standing.
Hit 40 Omen.
Nice! What the fuck? Guys, it's easy, bro. It's fucking easy.
I mean, yeah, the vibe's about what I expected. How do they keep winning these rounds, bro? There's no reason. There's no reason they should be winning it. They had the little like bait switch set up at long that got dismantled because Kesnet just dies on the swing to Verno. Rossi's blinded. The paranoia doesn't do enough. And then they're all running up long, but they just get destroyed by the crossfire. I mean, even when they were trying to get up long, popping, I was seeing the shock darts he was throwing out. He was doing hella damage while they were trying to get through the choke.
That's right, rest of the world.
Right, I know, man.
Americas is coming. Watch out, London. This is the kind of brand of valor we're bringing to your shores. Watch yourselves.
Oh my God.
9-0 is the scoreline right now. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. And right now, Envy are absolutely belting MIBR. They are batting them around the map like a toy.
Listen, when it was 2-0 and Envy's coach was like, hey, I think they're nervous. Well, we laughed it off a little bit, but now I don't know if it's funny anymore. I think it might be a reality. I don't know if MIBR are really like, you're not looking at their roster and you're thinking like they're the fun, silly team that's down to run around and have a great time.
What, MIBR?
Yeah. Like
no, their strength is that there's nobody on that team that gets overly exuberant. Their strength is that everyone's like...
He has some fun, you know? Tex is a funny guy.
But
I don't know if he has
Tex
fun,
is about the most
funny.
deadpan individual I've ever met.
He has deadpan humor, which is not, you know, exactly the same brand of energy that Envy are bringing to the server regularly.
Who on this MIBR team is getting up and screeching? Don't say Zekin.
No one's screeching?
Yeah, okay,
There's like some light cheering.
Okay, semantics, bro. Some light cheering. Okay,
on occasion.
Kesnet is taking raw contact up C-Long with Cypher.
And Envy have gotten so many entry kills taking raw contact up C-Long. This is so bold.
Is he just on the site now? Aspas is like, bro, what are these guys doing? What is this? This isn't the game I love. Oh, okay. Yeah, you got to get up pretty early in the morning if you're going to come at him like that.
Some good awareness.
Well, even better aim.
Yep, just catches Verno slipping in mid. Are we still in the Envy just win no matter what zone? Not necessarily. Maybe if Aspas went down there, but...
I mean, I love that little wander across from Aspas. He's been pretty proactive this round, despite being under a heavy pressure at sea.
All right, Demon 1, if you win this, jump up on your desk, brother.
Yeah, we'll allow
one last time.
Don't know if they're rated for world champions, but...
Oh my god!
Yeah, Tex just got put in the blender.
Nah, if you're in the comms right now, you're telling them 10 gifteds. Come on, bro. Maybe even 20 gifteds.
No, if you're Demon 1, you're saying, you all have to watch me for the rest of the round now. I command your attention by default, as I am in the 1v2. So sit back and enjoy the show.
Aspas is so low on HP. It really just comes down to, will Demon 1 be prepared for this off angle? Aspas swung out?
Yeah, he did not see Aspas though at all. Oh, hey, sure, he's on the head! No? Okay, the wireframe makes it more obvious for us, so it's a bit of an anticlimactic end of the round. MIBR get one on the board. Honestly, the way that Aspas drifted into Garage there, helped out with that crossfire, was pretty pivotal.
Yeah, he had a huge round to finally get one on the board for MIBR out of the timeout. Just that awareness on Secretlab was really nice. Being able to take that swing. He was so sure of himself there.
This game kind of has a bit of everything for different eras.
We did it! Let's get 3.
Let's get 3.
Different eras of Valorant fans, right? It's the Demon 1 Renaissance game. It's Exter getting to play Yoru. I guess, I don't know who's wishing for Kesnet to be on Cypher, but you're getting that as well.
Deploying drone.
Poppin'. You're going to send Aspas off the angle top.
Who's already mastered the art of passive income via his guide.
Oh, he gets the bro. That took me out. You start casting, bro.
Am I wrong? Bro, again, he's
that
chilling.
curveball took me out.
Get that back to the S&P 500, brother, man. MIBR here grouped up with 3 players. Blaze Wall to try and interrupt the plant, but it comes in a little bit too late, and it's a little bit off kilter. The molly, though, that's going to get them moving. Demon 1 cut down to 41, and Poppin cleans up Aspas, though. Nice little lineup. You find that in the guide as well. Verno and Tex now working different parts of this site, and Verno's just staggered. The spacing, it just isn't there, and Tex announces himself loudly. In fact, sends a carrier pigeon to tell them they're coming over to the seaside.
And they get into the little high-low for Envy.
It's nice.
It's also just, they're making the little micro decisions, or like the correct little micro decisions as well, just feeling the flow of the game. The vibes are up. They're having a nice time, but it's also allowing them to play better with less pressure off themselves in the team play aspect of it too. Poppin is also just genuinely having a really good game. He's getting so much damage in with the shot.
Yeah.
Legit, everyone on Envy is turning up individually.
Guys, that's how easy it is, bro. We just play for fun, play like ranked. You just win.
Which was the original ethos of this team as they ascended. Ridge is covering that now.
Their name also.
Yep.
Oh, second.
Spike down.
What?
Poppin
Random
was...
molly kill. That's sad.
Time to jump.
Yeah, it's not like Poppin was hard committed to a corner or something. Second must have sprayed him down from sewer. Exter with that gate crash, unused. Sits in the inventory nowadays.
Well, smoke could allow someone to walk up, and because of that, it forces Verno to Prowler for the info, Haunt for the info as well.
Runner back, though, time for Zekken. He's going to make his way up out of sewer. He's playing with a stinger, though. A little bit tough. Get some information, though, and he knows that Envy are still here.
Oh, my God.
Sharp. Absolutely sharp.
Can they get this punish onto Verno, though? That's going to be super tough when they have
they got a
second for
crossfire.
short control, yeah.
Yeah, Demon 1 is a death sentence for him to push up into that crossfire. Rossi gets himself into heaven, drops down.
What?
18 health, Rossi! Gotta watch that number in the bottom left. He's still going to get it out with a shorty. Still 3 to work with, though, for MIBR. The Blaze Wall's going to break this fight up for a moment, but Demon 1's waiting on the other side with some silverware he'd love to dispense. And he does! Verno lobotomized. Zekken will be chilling. Demon 1 is low. Vintage! Vintage Demon 1! And Tex, who struggled in clutch moments on this map so far, trying to get MIBR their second round of this half, may just get clapped by the op. It's 3 for Demon 1. And Envy end the half with, 11 rounds.
Exactly as every analyst predicted.
Just like we drew it up, buddy.
Game. Oh my God. I'm not going to get there yet, but what were you saying earlier about our American Americas team's going to love
Yeah, watch out! Watch out! We're coming for you guys.
That snap from Extra was crazy. The Rossi outplay of Mazzino was also ridiculous.
I mean, what do you make of
The
this?
TP into heaven, the drop down off the audio cue of the Stinger running out of bullets into the shorty jump. Holy outplay.
Listen, you
What
gotta
a
leave it all out
crazy
there,
game,
Wyatt.
man.
Leave nothing in the chamber. That's what I like to say. And that seems to be what Envy are doing in their last game of the stage. Don't go too far. This is Valorant, apparently.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where we run on food truck tacos and vibes. Apparently, Envious dish out 11 attack side rounds, and now we'll head over to what could be a very quick second half. Dominant showing. Win the pistol, convert bonus, and then go on a run from there. Demon 1 up to his old tricks on the jet.
Vintage.
Yeah, they're looking real good. MIBR, well, they've got to put it together here in the pistol to start things off. Both teams pretty solid in pistols in general.
Do you believe in the comeback here, Mitch?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm going to give it to you straight on that one. MIBR are the ones that have to be a bit more proactive now because they spent most of the first half getting run over. They make great speed bumps, but these 5 mega mines of the game need to figure out a plan to start to scrounge these rounds back. It's going to be a double face setup in A long here, so this could be a little bit punishing. There's a flash to get Zekken across and out. Oh, shoulder peek, and we're going to go for it. Poppin waiting, and then short work of Zekken. Let's listen into MIBR now with 4 players up.
Slow backside, low. Hit me. They're gonna flood, the rest of them. Guns out. I'll spawn. They're gonna keep going.
I wanna plant. They're gonna be flanked now.
I'm putting a PD for spawn. One heaven, Cypher heaven, one guy spawn, one unknown.
We're in the spawn smoke.
Could jump up heaven, could jump up heaven.
He's gonna peek you heaven.
I need...
Vernon's first
I
contact.
can peek on you. Someone hold something. Heaven in spawn.
I'm gonna hold heaven.
2 heaven. No
I'm holding heaven. I have heaven now. Jet dashed out.
Heaven dead. Default.
Last player standing. One enemy
Rossi trying to drop down. Make something happen! Oh, but it's Envy. That is sick. There's a miscall there from MIBR. They actually only call 1 player in heaven, so they're not necessarily ready for a follow-up after Demon 1 dashes out.
Demon 1 is looking kind of incredible. I'm not gonna lie. This dude is insane right now. MIBR, I think for obvious reasons, a little bit more serious and less enthusiastic in the comms that we heard versus listening.
I mean, it's just not a fun position to be in. Yeah.
This could be a 13-1. This would be the most decisive loss MIBR have taken maybe all year, definitely this stage.
Well, they had some rough ones last year,
mean,
didn't Venice?
I said all this year, I said.
No, you're right.
We're not talking about, don't go back to 2024. don't go back too far. Just this year.
All right.
Well,
got to force up now for the rest of the game on the attack side.
The obvious force coming through. It's just popping over on this A side. And now, Exer on the way. He has the Ares in heaven. That could be very silly.
Poppin caught by this Prowler though, but uncomfortable, and then is forced to spam through that smoke. Here's the Ares from Exter. Gets himself 1. Not to mess around like we were expecting, but as MIBR come out ahead so far, and it's traded. Rossi down now, leaving Kesnet on his own. Zeno is tough to catch, slippery. Verno has the better gun. He's gonna find a way to pull.
Oh my God!
Red Bull clutch for the match. It's Team Envy selecting to go to Haven. A battlefield that's been very good for MIBR. They picked Yoru, and they put Kesnet on Cypher, and they drop a single round over the course of the map.
I was going to say, a lot of that definitely comfort. I don't know about the Kesnet Cypher, but he looked damn good on it. But the Demon 1 Jet just back at home. Egster playing Yoru, having a great time. Rossi was incredible in that game. And Poppin had a ton of util value as well. He had some crucial kills, a lot of really important shock darts, genuinely. I am obviously impressed. Envy just playing on vibes, fun, and individually today. They're just all hitting. Everyone's shooting, and the gameplay is just flowing. Like, they're genuinely displaying better teamwork in a lot of these situations, too, than we've seen in the prior weeks. Also, just because they're just having fun, man.
We're going to step away now, and our analyst desk are about to really earn their money. We're going to have them break down map number 1. We'll be back, of course, for our next in this series. Don't go anywhere.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Straight into the crosshairs of Babyman. It's on Demon 1, who gets shoulder picked. Babyman knows he's there, still wants to take the fight. He's had the better of most of them, but Demon 1 still has it in his DNA.
Doni acabou a pilha primeiro pra fazer seu nome. Pra buscar o clutch absurdo.
É agora, Tex.
Olha ele, Tex!
Stunner, it was clear that everyone is having the time of their lives in the server, outside of the server. You guys just had an absolute blast and a laugh, and it was so dominant. Walk me through the conversation heading into this one. Did anyone have to convince you that Yoru is back? Like, did you say, do whatever? Like, what was the conversation like? What was the planning like?
I mean, there wasn't much planning. We just came into it and we wanted to have fun today, and yeah, it's that simple.
It's that simple. If you're having fun, you're winning games. Best of luck, map number 2.
Okay, that's just uncalled for.
All right.
That's uncalled for. That's offensive.
There's still the rest of the BO3.
You know, it's like, this is why you don't let the producer of Plat Chat produce a show. You know what I mean? It's basically. That's right, Kurt. Suck it. No, seriously though, let's talk about what we just saw here, because it's safe to say it doesn't get more unexpected than that. Kurt just told me he's off comms. It doesn't get any more unexpected than that. Look at the score. It's 13-1.
No, it's okay. Warm-up game.
What is that?
Warm-up game.
That is I can't even say that.
Okay, all I'm gonna say is Envy needs to have fun in the server more often, because this game was so fun to watch.
Look at the first kills.
Look
at the first kills here. It's insane.
That is silly.
10 out of 10 post plants is also kind of insane to look at. That means
well, I mean,
MIBR
look at the scoreline.
Well, yes, but also MIBR didn't win a single retake, constantly couldn't fight for the site. They had number advantage multiple times, but every single time Envy just converted it. I don't know if this is the Yoru blessing on this team, but really like just the fun vibes has brought them back.
Yeah, let's talk about the vibes. I actually think it's a very important thing, because a lot of people are gonna look at this and they'll probably be like, oh, why aren't they doing this, blah, blah, blah. But like sometimes you gotta be in these situations to like find that oomph, that extra little bit that will get you over the line. And it seems like for these boys in particular, Myrna, the object for them was just go out there, smile, have fun, play a video game, enjoy yourselves. And the results were insane.
I think this is very relatable to me, because playing on a team, when you have those players that tend to get a little bit anxious or a little bit nervous before games, trying to implement the fun part of it and reminding them that, hey, we're just playing a video game. It's not that deep. Just have fun, and I promise we're gonna see results. That's one of the main things that kind of fueled my teammates for success. And I think having fun just goes to show that you might be playing a little bit looser, but sometimes that's what you need to be not as stressed out, not too buttoned up, because sometimes the wild card kind of existence in this game has been the reason why teams win.
Yeah.
I think that the team is trying to get that win for Exer, but also you can see how everybody is enjoying it. Kesney was talking about it on social media last year that they played about, you know, how frustrated he felt, how sad he felt, and he hasn't felt that way since that 0-9 regular season run that crew had in 2023. So going from that to the complete opposite of we have nothing to lose, let's run it down, let's have fun. With Kesney even playing Cypher, by the way, and popping up. I haven't seen that in forever. I think one time he was forced to play the Kesney when the Cypher when he was like on. He was in jail. It was a difficult time for him. Don't worry about it. 2023, he wasn't really allowed to do what the things that he wanted to do.
He was locked up. He was
now
thrown out.
I think this time he wanted to do that.
Yeah. I'm stunned, but I'm happy. I'm happy for these guys, genuinely. Like, I think that one of the most important things is that we also got to remember that at the end of the day, guys, it's a video game, and you know, you're having fun out here, you're playing a video game, you enjoy yourself. And that's exactly what we saw on that stage. Question is, can they keep it going for map 2 and close this thing out? But for now, though, let's hear what Coach Fraud has to say as we get ready for map 2, because I'm sure he's got a lot on his mind.
Tough start to this match for you, Fraud. What is your approach for the second map now, knowing that they're playing with nothing to lose, and that also means more unconventional looks?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew that. We just messed up as far as like playing together. I told the boys before that discipline and playing with teamwork is going to be the most important thing. Obviously, we feel like we're more talented, but they're a really good team. But when they play loose like that, we got to really focus on ourselves and our teamwork and not fall into the trap of what they want us to do. So I think we got to just play with more discipline and play together.
Right on. Best of luck in map 2.
Actually, great tips there from Fraud. And yes, you got a team here that's playing with nothing to lose, a loose style. They're having a good time. And then you have MIBR that's like, oh my God, wait a minute, we're the team that's going to playoffs. We're supposed to be #1 seed. What the hell is going on? And now you set up a bind here, Dan, where they could potentially lose 2-0.
It is the one thing that Fraud was saying about playing together. That's what the team needed to do. You look at the first kills, how many of them went their way with this team that we just talked about. Is playing the double duelist, is trying to go for a lot of set plays that are working out. But after that, what follows up is maybe a little bit of that pressure of, okay, how are we going to make sure that we're winning these rounds? And I think for Envy, this is the way that they won against Cloud9. It was just no pressure, having fun, and just knowing
vibes.
that nobody's expecting anything from them, and that's how they win.
Yeah, and I think going into Bind, having that mindset might be really good for them, actually, because it's such a quick map when you are taking it on that fast pace. So for MIBR, I think they really have to switch gears here. They've picked this map. They haven't played it in a very long time. We haven't seen it recently. We don't know what comps they're going to run, but definitely it's going to be something creative that they're going to have to bring into this and just ensure that they get that first seed, because teamwork, #1, trading, spacing, all that stuff is really important.
And you mentioned it before. Last time MIBR played this map, they were playing with the Yoru, because it's been forever
the
ago.
Yoru raise.
But also for Envy, they just changed the comp completely on Haven just to allow Exer to play the Yoru. So we don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, man. True words are never spoken, Dan. We have no idea what the hell is going to happen here. But Uber Wide are going to have you covered with Map 2 right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
I don't think anything more starkly illustrates the contrast between these two teams' approaches than Stunner saying that Envy just had to focus on having fun today, and Fraud saying his team just needs to be more disciplined. They need to generate more stakeholder value. The performance improvement plans are in place.
The exact opposite approaches to the game, and so far one has clearly been a little better than the other. Let's see what we got on Bind. MIBR are playing it for the first time in this stage, and Envy, we've got the ode to rankers. This is what got them through the Swiss stage of Challengers Stage 1 2025, bitch. Taking us back to the Clove and the Reyna. They have dusted off the strat books that were in the bottom of the Envy closet, bro. They've got the Clove back. This is OG Envy rankers stuff,
This
man.
is legit what they used to play in Challengers, right? It was like Kane would play the Reyna, Knights, right, would play the Clove.
Or Ion, yeah, swap around. They always had popping on Sky. That's the same. Extra Force always on the Yoru. This is just...
and you got
that's a throwback.
Man,
the 2025 Challengers watchers are
I remember
feasting.
I was sitting in my boiling hot room in front of my little privacy screen, you know, casting Challengers and seeing this comp and like, okay. And honestly, it was a lot of fun.
And then they would 2-0 everyone. Yeah, and then they would run it down and 2-0 everybody. Will the momentum continue, though? You know, we'll find out.
MIBR are playing a lot of walls. They got walls for days. They got 3 walls.
Very meta. How boring.
Yeah. Look at
how
you.
cringe.
So biased, bro. This is crazy. All right, let's jump in here. It's going to be MIBR on the attack side. Kick this pistol off. Tex. What an opener.
That is exactly how last map started.
Yep.
Tex,
It was
one-shot
Exter.
someone. Except, oh my god.
Okay, bro.
Speaking of, quick little trade, and now Envy can hold on to this shower control for the retake. They could try to spam through onto the... Yeah, you'd love to spam through onto the guy planting the spike, but unfortunately they cannot.
It's interesting that attack side Viper Wall at an angle. It's not straight down.
Extra did send a fake TP back towards like the A spawn side, but it's being recleared right now by Mizuno.
Phones coming across the site to get messy here.
Bruno
Envy
just
might
can't
have an
do
opportunity.
anything. Yeah, he's just caught in that molly.
Snakebite caught Verno out entirely. Mizuno's given up his position here. Nice shots though. It's on him now. He's going to have to salvage the round, and it's Envy again.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
The momentum continues. What a trade from Exter and Showers. That was crazy. I mean, I'm talking about how the map is opening up the same way. Tex gets the instant headshot kill on the first pistol, but this time Oh my god, sick tap. The Molly just has Verno pinned in the corner.
Yeah, nobody
He's
going.
cooked. Can't help his teammate. That's a sick 1v1 for Kesnet to have won. After they confirm the position on Mazzino, Kesnet and Rossi are able to just push together, isolate each player, get both kills. That's so nice.
This is a comp that really speaks to the individual here and allows for a lot of that skill expression. Even Clove, who could be pretty, you know, self-oriented, even as a controller.
Yeah, she did get the... They got the recent little nerf to the smoke. Oh, yeah. One is down, sadly.
You're still dealing
because
with the
it was too good in ranked, but I don't know how that'll play out in pro play.
Yeah, not too bad though. Envy here as the smoke starts to come down, are fighting for it. Pop in with the judge. Left a little bit to be desired is the nice way of putting that.
Also very rankers to be playing with the Ares.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Now, Exter does not realize there was a fall back towards Octagon, so it's just not watching it at all. And may never actually look in that direction. Yep, now he was convinced it was elbow.
Yeah, it may have been, I don't know, some weird call from a teammate or something amiss that had him.
Yeah, sometimes you get a missed call.
So
Sometimes
sure that that player was there.
All you need is one person on your team to say, yeah, he's elbow. And you're just going to take that as gospel.
Yeah, this MIBR force with the Stingers, it works out perfectly here. Getting that instant catch with Demon 1 playing in Hookah, and they're able to win it out. Do Envy try to go for the crazy force back.
They might have a hero rifle in the mix here.
That's correct. All right, Kesnet's coming through with the Vandal heavy armor, everyone else with the classics.
Boss.
Well, Demon 1 has a Sheriff now, I guess.
I think he's trying to play for an orb
like
and a kill, Wyatt, so he can come back. Feels risky. And also they're not playing for any orbs in these positions. They just push down mid. This, by the way, was something the Rankers did a lot on this map.
Yeah, even
the timing is so quick here.
Yeah, even this stage, Envy are so brawly on this map. They were constantly going for fast floods. This is just a crazy push.
MIBR are no Senti, so they don't have an early warning system for this.
Yeah, they also don't have a warning system for the hero by Vandal on the club.
Kesnet's still standing, one more kill, and he'll be able to have another bite of the apple. Here's a TP use, though, sends MIBR over to the A side of the map.
Yeah, all the while Tex has just gotten so much space over on A, and they're able to work off that, get the free sight, plant for showers. Look at the speed of Kesnet on this flank, though.
Does he make noise, though, on this timing? Nope, because that knife is well and truly out. Oh, I love that metal thrown in. Actually annoying for Aspas. Oh, he got affected by it. Kesnet can still come in.
Oh my God.
Bro, he's coming back if he dies. He's ready to fight on and on. 4 kills for Kesnet, 10 health left, caught a player. It seemed like
but he's back.
Down. He's going to be back,
it
but
doesn't
Rossi
even matter.
Finds the kill.
Oh my God.
He's 8 kills after 3 rounds, Mr. President.
It just feels like no matter what happens, they can't lose the round. Yep. They come into that with the hero rifle, and Kesnet gets 4 with it.
First is this crazy push timing off mid. And then the late flank.
That was so weird because Aspas, it looked like he had some awareness that someone could be flanking. He was about to jiggle and hold it with the Outlaw, but then he doubles back. Mazzino just walks into the line of sight. Kesnet has the overheal, the speed.
He's mad about the ace getting
taken,
I think. But again, we actually saw a great showcase of close kit in general. The metal was instrumental with the vulnerable, and also the pick-me-up gave the overhealth that allowed him to survive that encounter at 10 health. Meta Regen coming. Builder.
MIBR want to take this shower control early. They've got the double Odin on Envy. One on each site right now. This is time for Demon 1 to get involved with the Reyna. He was teasing this earlier.
Yeah, yet
People
to
waiting
frag.
for it.
Yet to frag, though. Second has to be prepared for a follow-up to the Trailblazers. There wasn't one. They're all going to throw their eggs in the ace short basket now with this high tide up. So how do you get backside control if you're MIBR? Do you fight your way through?
You really can't. It's
no
awkward
flashes.
to fight through with this. Yeah, with this comp through your own wall. Tex gets hit by a metal molly combo trying to plant and dies.
Yep. Ultimately, you could just die. No plant, by the way. MIBR force right on back. Again, the weaponry is awkward for them. Make no mistake. Second is very low.
Was just calling out that he got that dink. There's a heal coming through from Verno. Yeah, running the harbor with the Cove. Nice counter to that. Double Odin to just break it immediately.
So, MIBR, what is the plan now? They're probably concerned about a flank timing because, well, we saw what happened last round. But Rossi's actually been much more disciplined. They're not trying to take a flank. Oh, okay, he's just leaving the kills for Pop and an extra. That's fair. Okay. Sure.
It really is giving Week 3 Swiss Stage Rankers versus Sad Esports vibes in the server right now.
Right. Yeah.
That is what this is feeling like.
Zerona just got wallbanged.
This is tough. These guys are just making me reminisce. They're making me reminisce, Mitch.
Damn, the metal vulnerable
MIBR
with the lineup is kind of sick.
It's insane. Also, MIBR, they're calling the timeout. Fraud getting in there to tell them to get more disciplined again. And the discipline, we are not disciplined
Get
enough.
in your cubicle. Your company issue cubicle. Listen up to this pre-recorded message from 1968. Again, MIBR definitely, they are playing a composition where they can carve out some space in the front of the A-site wire, but getting past that requires like the flash to be used, and often the guiding light gets them up short, so that looks uncomfortable. They get contained in their own space.
You don't love to run through your own harbor wall. It's not so easy. And yeah, they do have the one flash to try to push through, and if there's a neon wall that can kind of carve backside and you can like double satchel over truck, you know, treat it in a similar way you could to if you were just doing it with brim smokes if you really want, but it doesn't feel necessarily as strong.
All right.
But anyway, into this round, I'm just looking at Mizuno having the Reckoning here. If there's some kind of preset play that Fraud is just going to have them activate with that. But again, yeah, I mean, if they keep getting control of showers over on A and they have Odins to just spam the Cove Planter, and I mean, Envy are going to fry MIBR every single time in that situation. Envy want to disrupt whatever MIBR are doing, though it looks like. They just want to push right out of hookah. Go for the TP crunch.
Yeah, they're ready to, oh, there it is, Extra. Yeah, these Odins are a pain, and there are two of them on the map still. Seconds low. Okay, gets a better of Pop in that. We'll see, takes guts to pull that off, but still some spam down through that wall. It's MIBR down to 2 players already.
One enemy remaining.
Rossi is just too sharp right now. Trade not ready, and Mizuno swings out right into Demon 1. It goes down. MIBR try to go into this Big B Reckoning execute that kind of cuts the site in half, and they can't even get into the site. This
spam kills.
Yeah, they just go for the little aggro TP crunch.
I mean, Zekken is so alone there in that push. Spacing just isn't there at all for MIBR.
Yeah, I like the call from Envy to go for like that disruptive aggro TP play early. Don't know what Rossi said, but
he's wagging his finger admonishingly, yeah. He's had a great day in general, Rossi.
Yeah, he's going insane.
Okay, shallow flash actually into shower, just to clear that, give MIBR a foothold. It's Extra unable to get away.
He got the damage in.
Gate crash. Controversial ability at the moment.
Demon 1 is able to hold on to shower. This is, again, MIBR, they're not really able to do anything backside. They're not able to re-clear lamps right now. They don't have a lot of space. It's a great kill from Furno.
He just walked around the corner with the Odin out. Punished for it, though. Tech's inside the pit. Now, you have some tools. First, you're going to wait out this showstopper. You're going to try and find your way back in. Demon 1, wild spray, desperate spray. In fact, he still found Tex. So it ends up being a trade. Furno's picked up the Odin, and Aspas is going to be forced out of halls. He is no armor to speak of, but Zekken's able to emerge there and punish Kesnet. Now Rossi knows where both of his potential assailants are, but a thrifty round comes up here for MIBR. Maybe getting a feel for the pace of game.
I got so awkward for Demon 1 playing in lamps, and didn't really look like they had too much awareness that he could have been there, but with Aspas running by, facing with the Stinger, it's just way too hard for Demon 1 to get that kill. Just a big round from Aspas in general, honestly. Yeah, he gets the opening kill, and then he catches Demon 1, who's in the position that could have been the playmaker for Envy, takes him down.
The gate crash off the TP for Extra, just a little too late. Stinger made mincemeat of him before he could escape. A lot of ultimates here for Envy, though. Dimensional Drift, principally. And a pit straight down A-Shore.
This time, Exter has the Judge, 1 Odin for Envy. They've got him tucked over towards B, and Envy still have a lot of emphasis towards this A side, just expecting that, yeah, MIBR, they could try to play around this pit. They could try to get through shower into site instead.
It does nullify the MIBR A side Viper wall, though. It's really hard to make use of that at all this round, so it might be raw contact behind a high tide.
So MIBR would love to just keep that Viper stranded in the pit, but Envy are really dead set on helping Rossi.
There's a Leo, but it existed solely inside the fast lane, so no one really affected by it. There's a medal that drops Verno very, very low.
And now the way that the site is split up is pretty cool. That just funnels Envy out completely.
Aspas. Not quite fully committing to heaven here, but definitely going to be a problem. Dimensional drift here. X is getting a bit of information about where the Harp is set up, and eventually Envy have to spring the trap here. They've got to get into the site. Verno's able to spray Demon 1 down, and that was inside Empress, so a big tool in the arsenal missing. But even without the Reyna, Envy are down to fight for it. Mazzino flattened. They knew he was there from the dimensional drift info, and so now it's on Tex, who needs to work into the back of the site, but the flash will dazzle him. And Poppin ends him.
Feels like these walls from MIBR, it's like, yeah, they're getting them into part of the site, and then they're just so congested. Exter had a really good dimensional drift that re-cleared all of showers, gets the info for the team that, yeah, they're all pretty much just stacked up on triple and default right now. They still just have the pit down. On short, Rossi's been standing the whole time. He's not cleared, so he's basically just playing a blank backstab that MIBR know about and have to be concerned about the whole time. Like, yeah, they get themselves into the site, they get the spike down, but what then? There's just no space to be taken. Envy just have them encircled, and they just crunch the retake on them.
So they know that a win here in this round for Envy is going to cripple MIBR's economy. So what's the gimmick? Might be an aggressive push down B-Long. They are giving up showers, though. There was a medal thrown in the wake there of Kesnet.
Yeah, Zekken was in some danger. Poppin trying to go for that orb. They at least spot out Tex. This could be a situation where for MIBR, yeah, you can just kind of work the map a little bit, try to drag rotates, and then you get your Sky back towards the center of the map, pop Seekers, and just see where the stack is at and try to accelerate with both of your duelists.
There was a TP fake, which is why MIBR were looking over at the A-side teleporter itself. As Tex just runs straight up into the Odin line.
Yeah, and they just use
Gate crash spotted.
Straight to get into A. Again, cutting this site in half. Instant TP from Poppin.
X is not joining him, though. Okay, he is now. Gate crash has been deployed. He actually takes it back a bit towards spawn. Zekken gives up the line because he's worried about extra players coming out from that TP, and he's got to help. But it was a fake. There was only even one there.
The planter died to Amali again, and the Demon One is just on the swing, cleaning them up. This get into the site and try to plant strategy is not doing enough. Even the planter can't get the spike down because the counter util is so good. Tex tries to activate the lurk off the timing of the Seekers, but Poppin is ready for that cross-map lineup. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Love the cross-map lineup there. That's beautiful. Now, this is the way that in the past, this map was quite often played, right? You saw the Gecko and the Brim, who also had the ability to delay or stall out that plant, right? You'd mosh pit the side, or you'd throw a molly, or God forbid, you'd orbital strike it. So, but here, those util pieces are that much deadlier because when you combine it with the metal, and people get sort of decayed down or vulnerable, they just die instantly to it.
Yeah, this MIBR strategy against a team like Envy that are going to be playing a fast flood, team fight, brawly style, and you're giving them that much space to work back in, you're just keeping yourselves congested and confined to little of the map in all of these situations. Envy have been happy to flank them. The way that they're pressuring Shower there, keeping Zekken occupied, divided from the rest of the team. If you could see it on the replays, how far apart the MIBR players were from each other. Envy faked a double push through the teleporter. It was Poppin and then the Yoru, and then he just TP'd away and got with the rest of the team. So it's making MIBR have to question themselves as to where people are coming from, how much pressure is coming from certain angles, and
something that Yoru has always been very important.
Yeah, they're not getting enough map control to have the answers to it, so they're just kind of sitting there confused to some extent.
Zekken was ready to fight Poppin until he heard a second TP. It was fake though.
Yeah.
All right, off we go. Round number 9. MIBR with the group here over towards this B-Long. It's a weird buy. 2 stingers there. Texo fights around his lurk wall admirably.
And of course, when you're playing Yor now, you have to be a lot more thoughtful about when you're sending out the teleports, just given that they're not going to hang around for 37 minutes. You can teleport way late into the round. So Exter holds on to it just when he feels like he might have been in danger. But MIBR are just going to pull off, go for this full A hit. Only Kesnet to deal with. How much does he want to commit to fighting here? Just going to rotate to Heaven. This time the walls go up to take way further control backside, and given Envy's positioning, they definitely don't have to be worried about. Wow! Oh my God!
Shouldn't
that has to be traded.
This is getting dangerous now. Kesnet! Oh! You can't see, brother! You literally are blinded! He's just got his ultimate as well. He'll be back for another crack at it. Brought down by Tex, and now Kez is going to reposition. Spots Mazzino there as well. He's trying to get across, but Poppin is going to make use of that information.
Ridiculous, man.
No, mate, that ain't right.
I was going to say, they don't have to be concerned about a flood because no one's even there. It's just Kesnet. Well, I mean,
1v3.
I guess the problem is he's just going to 1v3. No,
we need to run that back.
And he just never misses.
He's hit with the Harvest Stun as well.
It's still just the best Valorant strategy. It's genius, bro.
Oh, that last one is wrong.
He can't get away with that. That's the first round where MIBR had Envy in a position where they weren't ready to flood. They weren't ready to fast flank. They had all of the map control backside. Kesnet just ran in alone and gets a 3K. That's just, you can't account for that. He's just in insane form today.
You don't see games like this every day, and maybe it's because Envy have nothing to lose, but it feels like it's a time capsule of
it really does.
Years gone by.
It really does.
Flash down B main here for Envy. Already 7 defense side rounds, by the way. MIBR at least have doubled their round total over the last map, but they still haven't looked impressive. And they're still forcing. Some lost bonus.
Push out. Oh man, that is dangerous.
Demon 1 going to be topped up to some degree. Remember, it's a lot of half armors, 3 of them in fact, so just a connection with that
Poppin
outlaw.
just takes the teleport, instantly uses the Seekers that he just got.
Tex is under a lot of pressure.
Gonna find Tex, yeah, he's gonna be cooked. 1-for-1 isn't bad, given the context of the situation he was in.
Yeah.
What?
Envy, very reactive here. Exter gonna play safe if he can. Demon 1 just had his ankles broken this round. Couldn't find any value off that outlaw.
Exter could try to pop flash out of this. Does he dare? Is there a timing?
Yeah, it looks like it. He's got it equipped. In he goes. The flash, though, doesn't quite find the mark, and still, Kesnet gets out onto the side. Definitely feeling himself today, but that one was a little off kilter. And MIBR snatched themselves around back.
Barely. Mazzino got dinked by that Odin as well. Looked like he was going to lose the duel because of the hit punch, but he's just able to get the spray back down onto Poppin.
Still plenty of money, though, for Envy.
And that Seeker use was nice to catch Tex. He has just been on those solo works constantly.
Yeah, playing off that Viper wall pretty extensively.
Yeah, going 1-for-1 isn't bad there.
Is that Gangnam Style? No? Okay. Trying to interpret a Zoomer's body language is usually a bad idea.
Toxins going up.
Double flash long, Demon 1, he's finally got the AWP. Oh, but Zekin is right on the angle as he peeks.
Demon 1's been getting it pretty rough so far this map.
Oh, Poppin with the re-challenge, respect. And Extra's there to swing to back him up.
Yeah, Gate Crash active, he's gonna fight for it. Didn't have a chance to get out, but still, he's now even the odds. And it's also left the B site clear. MIBR calling a cancel because Tex again
they gotta think that this is possible from Tex. This is how he's just been playing this entire half out. Yeah, Rossi knows.
Oh,
he knows. He knows it's possible.
Okay, Showstopper catches Rossi out.
Oh, man.
Aspas, though, good. Honestly, good position to get back around that corner. He spots Kesnet midway through the rocket, but it's just Aspas.
He's relentless, man. He is just re-swinging the same angle, cooking them.
He just keeps overhealing himself and going for the fight. Dominating. 17 and 8.
Didn't connect on the Aspas while he was midair with the ult, and then just re-swings back out, catches Mazzino, crossing the site, re-swing, kills Aspas, all good. This was a cool play at long, too. They were just like bait and switch, swinging out for each other over and over there when Extra gets the 2-piece.
We used to talk about this a lot, I think, when we covered rankers and challengers, is that when you break conditioning so much, right? Because like as a pro player, you're drilled to expect certain scenarios to end a certain way in Valorant. You played so many maps and rounds. But when Envy come in here and just play like this, it's impossible to predict how things are going to go.
And second has been deleted. Envy are already on their way to flood into this site through Heaven. Verno right into the molly to try to stick. And, well, at least they get spiked down.
Yeah.
But at what cost?
Poison Orb would have been a nice addition to that, but there we go. Poppin's brought down. Demon 1 with an operator.
And so the pit gives shower control to Tex, but it doesn't extend far enough to the spike. So Envy can kind of circumvent this and focus their attention elsewhere.
Yep.
If they push into lamps, they could be in trouble because of the Bucky. At some point, they're going to try to do something about this, but
there's no fade to ping out of the pit
if they deal with Mazzino and just get to the spike, they have MIBR in a terrible spot.
Aspas spotted!
And this is exactly what's happening.
And they know exactly
what
where
are
the
these guys
Viper's going to
supposed
be.
to
It's
do?
falling apart, Wyatt! It's an absolute disaster!
Yeah, they just, as soon as Mizzino is dead, it feels like the round is done. They can just pressure the spike. The guys in lamps have to go out. They know Tex is in the whatever, the Viper ult and showers. It doesn't extend to the spike. He has to come out. Like, man, MIBR kind of out of sorts there, and all those little mistakes exploited by Envy, who are just decisive. Their players are killing everybody.
They're a little bit too quick. And like I said, they're breaking this conditioning. I think the game sense of MIBR...
Bro, I don't know how we can lose. I don't know how we can lose.
I'm not sure either, frankly. Hopefully, for Envy fans, we don't find out after this break. It's 9-3 here on Byte.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see. Red Bull gives you wings.
Now, as we get our second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. Lock in with the #1 VPN. There is your QR code on the screen. Head over and check it out. Quickly, though, because this match might be over just as fast. Envy, once again, a dominant showing in the first half of a map that they didn't choose. And now much hinges on this pistol.
I was a little concerned that heading into Bind, MIBR's map pick, hey, maybe there was some absolute magic on Haven, but it's going to come to a close when MIBR are playing their pick, running their strats. That has not been the case. And the approaches to the game could not be any more different. With Fraud saying in the coach interview, he needs them to be more disciplined. And Envy are just trying to up the insanity every single round. And so far, the insanity has been so dominant, with Envy going back to agents that they played all throughout their years to qualify to Americas, running the Clove. What a two-piece from, oh my God, I'm gonna make that 3 from Aspas on the shower push. That's nasty.
That's gonna be the round basically done there and then. I think I'm not aware of Poppin here on a really late timing. Gone out at least, 1-2, okay, all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a game. Mizzino here too far to intervene, but Poppin is in danger. Will he have his weapon out as he rounds this corner? Yes!
Oh my
He's
God!
got a third! Okay, once again, truth stranger than fiction. 54 seconds left in the round, and all the time in the world to rotate out. Now, Demon 1 can get embedded here on B.
He's got all of the B control, both players from MIBR. They want to just stay double up, so now they're together at A.
Ah, this stuff's scripted, bro.
This really does feel scripted.
Disciplined! That's too much, man. Disciplined.
Demon 1 holding the deep line.
30 seconds left.
All right, Poppin's going to get that plant down default. No.
Demon 1 did not see it cross.
Mizzino has 1 smoke here.
Trailblazer shot. Mizzino's position confirmed here for Demon 1, but where's the second player? There are eyes over towards elbow, so Envy are willing to accept the possibility that someone crossed while Poppin was...
Yeah, it could have happened in even this moment now as well, right? So they... Gotta know,
Poppin's gonna win this one.
He is just fearless. Mizzino is so low on HP.
Really important that he wins that, but here's Demon 1. Okay, but this pistol away! That's 2v5 in the pistol! And they still win it out! It's just meant to be!
This feels like the most scripted game I've ever seen. This feels like make-believe. This is a fairy tale game. Aspas gets the 3K. Both of them look towards site. Poppy gets 2 free kills and then swings with his namesake for the 3rd. Respect. Just destroys Verno. How do they win? This is a fake game.
And Rossi said, he's like, I don't know how we're supposed to lose this. I don't know how we can.
Script writers, you deserve your salaries.
Yeah, this
doubled.
is a reality TV show, man.
This is madness. Bro, I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm watching. MIBR, they have to force here. 4 stingers, 1 Bucky for Zekin.
Verno easing back here. So we're going to follow the clone on in. Trailblazer's also going to be there. Extra still challenges the wall. Look at this space. Give it up. Okay, into Hookah though goes Tex.
They want to fight through on the Verno. Just double swing. Gets 1, but immediately traded. That's nice from Envy.
Got enough. Now we flip the map. Tex going to rejoin the rest of MIBR. But there's no plant yet. Do they do the funniest thing ever here?
I mean, of course, they have to be really concerned about Hookah. MIBR are repushing all the way down through market. They think it's
Demon 1 crossing and not seen by Mazzino in spawn.
Yeah, these guys think that it's super possible that Envy just have gone.
This is a diabolical noise cut.
We have just somehow, after 20 seconds of a very tense silence, we have worked our way into just like, basically they hit B and now there's a retake from A. I mean, we have somehow gotten into a normal situation out of that. Like, sure.
Okay, and they even have this deep posting. Oh, Rossi! He's cutting them down to size. They might be able to this. Somewhat of a force round.
I mean, Mazzino is just laughing there, kind of smiling. At least he gets one onto, you know, his buddy Kesnet. But yeah, that's not going to be enough. That noise cut, the noise cut was just the brain destroyer.
Yeah,
they didn't know what to do. They tried to go with a push all the way back through to A, and we just bide their time.
I mean, they're playing a Eurocomp, so it's believable.
That is, I mean, he is playing with the no fear energy. I mean, listen, when Rossi says something, he definitely believes it. And when he tells you there's no way that they're losing the game, he believes that with his whole soul, man. Like, and he is just out there swinging onto 2 players, gets the 2-piece with a Bulldog. Didn't even have help yet. Like, Kesnet wasn't even ready to swing, and he just gets 2. Then Kesnet gets another one.
Aspas is stepping out of Shower,
which is fully controlled by Envy. Dog goes up short, spots out Mazzino.
Game crash noted as it crosses. Okay, that's a good Leah. Aspas, nothing you can do about it. Not a damn thing. Out on the side though, Mazzino on the run. I would find a couple with the stinger, and Zekin's got a good timing here to hit it from the backside, but it's a long shot with the judge. He gets sniffed out.
Mazzino's own wall kind of booms that shower play with Zekin trying to get out, but Verno's still in the mix. Popping blinded up, it doesn't matter, man.
It is on Tex. He is at least in the vicinity, but he has a stinger.
Unreal scenes, and that's not going to work at long range against Kesnet, who's spending a lot more time standing up than sat down. And I get it.
This could be it. This Lear?
It just crushes that position from Aspas. I mean, Mazzino does a good job getting 2. Of course, he throws up the wall to try and protect himself, and it cuts off Shower Door, but then there's a multiple player flank.
Bro, Mateo is killing people in the stupidest ways every round.
Poppin' law.
He was full blind with that judge.
That was ridiculous. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's 12-3 on map 2. Envy versus MIBR after they win Haven 13-1. Somehow this is the less dominant map in the series, Mitch.
But no less ridiculous. Aspas here. Could be calling a multi-swing scenario. A lot for him to look at, and he finds 2. That's good enough for the defenders. Leah, Demon 1 has to turn around, but Kesnet is there. It's like a what? Okay, MIBR, low-key, serving up some of these kills to Envy. They're kind of giving them what they want.
Envy, well, they really just bait MIBR into the same shower play as the last round, except this time Envy are in position to just shoot them in the side while they're getting out of the teleport.
And now another dirty noise cut.
Like that's just an adjustment to hard punish what MIBR did on that last round. It's really sick from Envy, and now they're in the 3v2 to close this out. Mazzino on the site. This timing with Poppin could get so awkward. There's a push forward. Oh, right into the shorty.
And again, still getting kills in the most ridiculous ways possible. It is all down to Tex. Again, Demon 1 on the swing down. Even an Empress form. Puts Tex now in a 1v2 for the series. Kesnet has not dead yet, ready. So he can play into this position from Tex, leaving Poppin free to swing off him. He can play aggressively, and it's poetic, it really is. In X's last game for Envy, they return to the style that got them here in the first place. The legacy of Rankers unfolds here on the stage of the Riot Games Arena. And Team Envy don't just win, they don't just dominate. They crush MIBR at every turn, almost every round across this series. A paltry 4 rounds from the team that would have called themselves, with a different result, the best team in Americas. Not today.
Unbelievable. Genuinely a fairy tale game. And what a send-off for Exter to have. He gets to play Yoru on his last 2 maps in a series that genuinely felt like an ode to the Rankers team from 2024 into 2025, the Challengers run, making it through Ascension to get here. And for that era to be capped off with this win, with that style of play, with the agents they were running on those maps, that genuinely felt special. That's a beautiful send-off.
Smiles wide on the face of Envy. As it may be the last time that we see Exter in this fashion in the Riot Games Arena, but he gets to run back Yoru in 2 separate maps. And they get to play the Clove. They play the wacky comps that they were known for. Envy showing that they can still respect the past. They can respect the legacy they built this team on, the team that ascended from Americas. And give it a modern spin for some of the best shooters out there. Their story as a team, not done though. They're definitely looking toward the next stage to see what they can produce as a roster. It's clear to see that they've got the firepower, they've got the talent. It's all there.
Yeah, we'll of course be seeing them back in Stage 2, new iteration of the team, reportedly bringing in Knights, who also of Rankers old back in the day to fill in for Exter in the future. And I mean, listen, this has got to make you excited to see what they can cook up. They obviously have the talent on this team. The vibes today were just immaculate from them. They were so decisive. They're playing together like these little bait and switch setups that we're seeing right now, and they're winning out all those duels in the situations too. That's 26 rounds to 4 in a 2-0 against MIBR. That is outrageous.
This goes to show what happens if you...
I mean, this is genuinely just a fairy tale game. This was the scriptwriters working overtime. I feel like I'm in a dream. I don't know what to say, man. This is ridiculous. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in the 6 years of Valorant. And like, for this to be the time, for this style of play, and for this to be the send-off for Exter in this fashion is just, it's unbelievable. This is just so cool, genuinely.
Yeah. I mean, a ton of fun, a hilarious series with some great individual skill. Let's send it to Zoe down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview with Rossi after Envy is taking this dub. Listen, we always say that the team that has nothing to lose is most likely the scariest team to face off against. You guys wanted to have fun. We talked a little earlier today as well. You said we're going to play strat roulette, like we're going to have extra calling, like let's see what we saw. You guys had a lot of fun. Did you expect such an outcome with that though? Or did you think you're going to lose, but at least you're going to have fun with it?
I thought we were going to...
Wait, you have your own. What am I doing?
Sorry about that.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
No, absolutely not. I thought it was going to be like quick game. Like I texted my good friend. I was texting him last night. I was like, bro, like make it quick, you know, like let's just go home. You know, I want to just play ranked and just have a good time there.
It looked like a ranked game.
That's
frankly. Like that's exactly what you...
That was worse than a ranked game. I don't know what that was.
Okay, I think you have a responsibility now for a little public service announcement. This is not what people should be picking in their ranked games though. Like Yoru's not back.
I mean,
this is not.
Yeah. If your name is like Kesnet, Demon One, Exter, Poppin, then yeah, you should play those agents. But like, obviously, none of you guys are that, so please don't do that. Pick like Sage.
Okay, I think that was the responsible thing to do. Thank you so much. Why did it work though? What do you think was actually tripping MIBR up in this moment?
I mean, we literally didn't care. Like, we weren't talking to each other what coming in the game. We were talking more about like nothing. Like, I was just saying like random words. We were speaking Chinese, like everything
head
random.
Empty,
like,
just shoot it.
There was no comms. Like in the rounds where you guys see, like I just TP'd in Swan one round. I didn't say it. Like I just did it.
Okay.
We're walking around. We don't know what we're doing. So if we don't know what we're doing, they don't know what we're doing.
That's the big brain play. Another PSA though, don't do that in your ranked games either. It really just works if you know, those guys are just built different. One last thing you want to say to the fans who have supported you in Stage 1? Of course, we're going to see the majority of the roster returning again for Stage 2.
I mean, I appreciate you guys' support. I really apologize for the performance that we had. There was a lot of things going on that could have been better. So I hope that you guys continue supporting us. And, you know, please be very nice to Egg. You guys are very mean to him. So I hope you guys are nice to him for his last game here. And you'll see, I mean, you guys maybe already know who we're playing with. So yeah, it's going to be very fun with that guy.
All right, more fun to come. Thank you so much, Rossi. Once again, give it up for Rossi and Envy. We're now sending it back over to Matchpoint with some special guests.
We're here with the Rankers. Did I get that right? I got that right?
100%.
All right. We got Poppin', we got Eggster in what was probably one of the most bizarre games and conclusions. But there's a little fun fact that you guys might not know about, because the previous record for the fastest game was held by you guys when you lost. Good news is you broke your own record, this time with the dub.
We're breaking records.
You broke the record because you won.
Easy.
Congratulations.
First two matches in VCT. I mean, we're breaking records just like that.
What's insane is like we're talking to our producers in the back, right? And I was like, wait, what was the other match? Didn't we just break this record? They were like, yeah, it was Envy. And I was like, holy crap.
We had to handle it.
Let's talk about what happened in that matchup, because the immediate thing that stuck out to me, and it stuck out to everyone, is just you guys have fun. You guys look like you were genuinely enjoying yourselves playing a video game out there, which is a beautiful thing to see. I'm assuming that was the vibe for you guys as well, right?
100%. I mean, we went out there today just thinking like multiple things. One, we wanted to put egg on Yoru, make him comfortable. Two, we went back to me IGLing and just kind of like trying to make the team exactly how it was last year, just like rankers forward and down, Envy, and like that's just what happened, right? Obviously, we're gonna have a lot of fun if we're winning everything, right?
Yeah,
that's what happened.
It's true. You guys weren't stopping.
Yeah, that was so fun to watch as well. I feel like not only is the way that you guys were playing, but also the agents that you were playing. Of course, Poppin' for you, or Extra for you, being able to bring that Yoru back. Is that something that you were thinking of at the beginning of the stage, or was it just like, okay, last game we have nothing to lose, let's bring it back?
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't really like a question. Like, we were never going to play Yoru. And it's really just because this last game, we decided, okay, let the boy on Yoru.
Yeah. What did you notice, though, in the matchup? Because it's one thing that if you guys had played like a competitive game and you had gotten really, you body them, like straight up body. And that felt different. That felt like it was not just the joy that you guys were having out there, but it also, you could see the confidence in the shots too. But did that feel like it didn't matter what the compositions were? It just mattered that you guys were comfortable in that moment? Was that the most important thing?
At the end of the day, like, it's FPS. Like, whoever's shooting better, like, you're probably gonna win.
Yeah.
And like watching the boys go out there on like very comfortable environment and just getting to play, like watching Kez win that like clutch early on Haven was like, oh my goodness, like, we are feeling it. And just like seeing Poppin' run around with his classic like right-clicking kids, just playing like how he normally does. And I'm just buying whatever guns I want, just telling them like, yo, I want to play here this round, I want to go do this. Just doing whatever I want is just so fun.
Yeah. Did you feel like maybe, you know, in the future you explore something like this, right? Is it something like maybe you do this sooner, you step it up sooner, you say these, you let your voice be heard sooner on something like this?
Honestly, it's kind of a tough scenario. Like, it's definitely hard. Like, we tried Yoru in practice and it just like wasn't meshing well. So it's like one of those things like, well, what can you do? Like, if it's not working, like, you can't run it. But obviously on stage is different. Like, Yoru puts up a lot of pressure on stage, which like maybe doesn't show through in practice as much.
When was the last time that you guys felt this like fun and loose on a match? Was it Challengers? Was it Ascension? When was it?
I mean, our first VCT game was pretty loose and fun. I think it was because Kez was coming like right off of a plane. So like we were like, okay, if we lose, okay, Kez just came off a 24-hour flight, like it's whatever. So that was really fun. But yeah, today's game really reminded me of like Rankers, like 4.
Yeah, it felt, you could see just, again, the fun that you guys had out there. Now, you've been pretty public about, you know, this being your last game. And I know Hastro has spoken about you still being a part of the Envy family. Show's a good dude, so no doubt about that. But I want to talk to you about your journey, man. Like, to me, you embody everything that like we want in esports, right? A guy who worked hard from ranked games and then managed to find their way at tier 1, right? It's like poetic almost. What was your experience like, but also the learning lessons as you grew up in this process?
Yeah, I've definitely learned a lot about just like how the game works at like a high level. It's been crazy going from like ranked streamer to like pro player. Honestly, the one thing I like really learned is that I don't like flexing. I don't like playing other agents. There's only one guy for me.
You're such a streamer.
There's only one agent.
Real.
There's only one man for you.
Yeah,
and it's Yoru.
Going through like the whole tier 2 like system was like literally a dream come true. Like that roster was so much fun like every day.
Yeah.
Like the practice environment, like we just hopped on, played 3 scrims. There was no VOD review. There was no pre-server time. We just played the scrims, played the matches, won everything. And honestly, like the pro play is a lot. Like you have to play like 12 hours a day, like minimum. Like, that's what it feels like. And for me, like I just wasn't having that much fun on like flexes and just like the overall environment. Like streaming is just way more fun.
Yeah.
I get to be on my own time and do my own thing.
Yeah. What about the positives though?
Of playing pro?
No, yeah, from this experience.
Oh, brother.
Oh, there's a lot of positives.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, like going to Santiago and playing in Ascension, like unreal. Like the crowds have been amazing. Oh man, there's like so many things. I mean, like
you gotta talk about this year, not last year.
This year? The amazing things?
Yeah.
Positives of playing on VCT? Honestly, I haven't had like that great of a time. I don't know if it's because of like the moving or just like I just so far out of my comfort zone.
Sure.
That like it's been really hard for me. Also just like bad performance. Like I've been kind of underperforming and I have like really high standards for myself. So it's like really hard sometimes.
No, it's completely fair. It's completely understandable. Dan?
I feel like something that you guys have always done is with rankers or last year challengers ascension is everybody has to be looking at you because you're doing things that nobody else is doing. Do you feel like is there any chance a team can replicate what you guys have done when it comes to being so loose and having fun and running it, especially because you guys come from what you said, streaming, playing only Yoru, running it down, being so aggressive, switching up compositions like you were doing in Challengers. What would it take for a team to replicate that fun, or maybe even for you guys in the future?
I think FlyQuest is one of those challenger teams that does a really good job. Like whenever we scrim them, I'm like, wow, these guys. I don't know if they stole our formula or if that's just like what they like how they like to play. But like they have overwhelmed us a lot in scrims. Like those guys are insane. And honestly, a lot of the tier 2 teams like feel kind of like we did last year. Like they're really aggressive. Everyone's got max confidence. They're playing like more comfortable agents. Yeah. So yeah, I think like honestly. When we were playing on stage today, I was like joking around. I was like, this is how the game is meant to be played.
Yes.
To our veterans. Like they have like their kind of set way of playing the game, like use the meta comps, whatever. And we have our own way of playing the game. Just do whatever you want, and you're gonna win if you have better mechanics.
100%. I mean, it's about mechanics, it's about comfort, and it's about just letting everyone have the freedom to do like what they want to do.
Yeah.
If everyone has that freedom, I truly think that your team can be great.
Yeah. Now, before we wrap this up, this is it. I mean, as far as like, last time we're gonna get a chance to talk to you out here, Poppin, you've been on the journey with this guy. How's it been playing with this dude? Traveling the world with him. Achieving goals together.
I mean, it's been a wild ride, right? Me and Exter, we've been playing ranked for like years now at this point, just trying to hit rank 1 and 2, just grinding all the way from the start. And I mean, it's kind of just been me and Exter on the journey this whole time. And I mean, now we're here, it's coming to a close, and really just thinking back at like all the moments, how much fun we had, and just grinding through rank, grinding through tier 2, winning Ascension. Yeah. It's been a great ride.
You guys achieved some pretty incredible stuff, and you should be proud of that. So it's been a pleasure, my man. Pleasure to get to know you. Pleasure, of course, to see you do your thing as well. And I'm 100% convinced I'm going to be talking to you again in the future. But for now, though, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings before we wrap things up. Because listen here, folks, Envy picked up a fat win. You love to see it. Hey, that's 2 wins, baby. It's down there. You got to enjoy the moment. Of course, so folks, we have 2 more matches left for stage 1. It's going to be Loud taking on Leviathan, and then Sentinels versus NRG. Those 2 games, and of course, especially that last one, it's going to be for the last playoff spot. Who you guys think's going to win? Next, you want to give them credit? NRG or Sentinels?
NRG solos, bro.
Well, I think Sentinels for the plot. Like today we went out there and we played for the plot.
Yeah.
I think Sentinels for the plot.
That's right.
Full trip.
I like that.
He likes
I can
it.
see that. I can see that.
For the plot, for the narrative. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here. We thank you so much for tuning in, as always. But we'll be back here tomorrow with plenty more Valorant action. For now, here's your Samsung OLED fast replay. Adios, everyone. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for coming. Pressure's on for both teams. C9 desperately need this victory if they want to even have a chance at playoffs. And of course, for G2 Esports, a win here, you pretty much guarantee your spot.
Oxy has Showstopper to work with, already being walled. Beautiful by Trent.
Baby Bay on top side of B. Sard the arc rose, gets another. Oh, he gets the correction! That one doesn't come up. Trent already finalizes the kill. He had his eyes on. Jog falls and Note. This is going to be the run. Trent again!
Another lurk from Baby Bay. Boom!
Oh my God! G2! They're still delaying the spike with only one person in sight, and there's a few members of C9 that should be able to stop this. That's just absurd, man.
Let's go.
4 kills for Jogamo. Going to be laying down a verdict as Jack also comes in for a kill. C9's able to sweep a few off the site. It just leaves Leaf floating around on the side. A third one above, but Note's there. Is there enough ink in the pen? Oh, 2-4. What a clutch.
Surprising here that Baby Bay wasn't moving with his team, but there's a committed Note TP that gets the kill onto Baby Bay.
Now ready to move to the other side to make it work. Valyn's able to get the better of him. Seas comes in. It's the third one! G2! They find themselves moving into playoffs.
Kesnet on the Cypher and Exter is going back to the Aura. We're about to see a pretty compelling matchup here on Haven. That's some nice gunplay here for MIBR. Kesnet trying to... Oh my goodness! Kesnet is sitting inside Hell, and Kesnet's got the hot hand. Tex has to retake now with it.
Oh my goodness!
You're here, my boy!
Rossi gets himself into heaven, drops down.
What?
19 health, Rossi! Gotta watch that number in the bottom left. He's still gonna get it out with a shorty. Demon One's waiting on the other side with some silverware. He'd love to dispense. Second will be chilling. Demon One is low. Vintage! And Tex may just get clutch lighting off. And 3 for Demon One.
Bro, we don't even need a play.
Envy drop a single round over the course of the map.
Definitely don't have to be worried about.
Oh
my God.
I shouldn't have done it.
That has
Are
to
you
be
sure?
traded.
This is getting dangerous now. Kesnet!
Running the Clove. What a two-piece from. Oh my God. Let's make that 3 from Aspas.
Well aware of Poppin here. Done out at least 1, 2. Okay, all of a sudden, Poppin is in danger. Will he have his weapon out as he rounds this corner? Yes!
Oh my
He's got a third!
Zeno is so low on HP.
Really important that he wins that, but here's Demon One. Okay,
Oh my God!
2 for 5!
How can we lose?
In X's last game for Envy, they return to the style that got them here in the first place. The legacy of Rankers unfolds here on the stage in the Riot Games arena.
Out of here, reach a new level, that stratosphere. I'm not a star, raising a bar. Light on me cause the sun with me. Fourth down and the bros with me. High achieve cause the chief with me. Haters mad cause I move swift. Stay humble, I won't lose grip. I bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Alley hoop, how we came up. Starting 5, we ain't change up. Back to back to back teams. Championship rings. Ayy, beats in the east. 305, how I'm bringing the heat. 4-0, that's what we calling the sweep. Dominating, never smelling defeat. Ha, hey, shot clock, no, I grab the assist. Show 'em why I'm top 5 in the pick. Break right, then I shake left. Cooking up, but I ain't Steph. Whole team going harder to paint. Going off as one of the greats. On fire, yeah, we raising the stakes. Yo, bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. 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 Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy. Locked in and I'm ready. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light. I got the green light.